One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Well, it's just finished at Anfield, and what looked after 15 minutes like it might be a night to remember for Liverpool when they were 2 up against the holders Real Madrid ends in a night to forget. 5-2 they have lost to Real Madrid. Vinicius Jr levelled it up with 2 before half-time at 2-2. Militao with an unmarked header put them 3-2 up early in the second half, and then 2 from Karim Benzema. 5-2, just the third time Liverpool have conceded 5 at Anfield in 70 years. Tim, I'm sure we'll talk in more detail before we finish, but just your early impressions on how it all unravelled for Liverpool after that dream start.
Such a great start. I mean, the crowd obviously were very high, and they couldn't manage the game after that. They almost shook Real Madrid into life. I mean, they give them a 2-goal start, and then, I looked across at Ancelotti. He's been everywhere, seen it, done it. His demeanour never changed. It's like comfortable. He knew sooner or later it would just click into place. And Luka Modric Camavinga was playing as a deep role, and they switched position. And Luka went just get the ball. Every free pass went into him. Bosch, he was just moving it around the pitch, sharing the ball, get some confidence with all the players. Kept getting the ball to Vinicius Jr, who was giving Trent a torrid time down the right hand side. But Benzema looked like he was getting fitter and into the game and in tune. They just shifted the ball around. They always a threat. I think the key goal obviously was Alisson at 2-1. Yeah, they were 2-1 up, and Vinicius Jr chased down a lost calls really. Gomez turns it back to him. Looks like he's just had to clear it, just kick it into the stand, and Vinicius Jr just comes off him. He knows nothing about it, just ricochets back into the goal. And from there on, they just took over the game. It almost turned in the second half embarrassing. It could have been a lot more. 2-0
up at home to Real Madrid, beaten by 5-2. It's the first time in Champions League history that a side has taken a 2-0 lead and then lost a game by a 3-goal margin. I mean, Tim, even the most blinkered Liverpool fan is surely going to think tie over. Is there any way?
Well, they've got to go with belief, but yeah, there's no way, is there, really? I mean, they're going to the champions with so much quality, who play so well. And we took at the top of the show, we said, they struggled 8 points behind Barcelona in La Liga, but they turn up in the Champions League. In the last 16, this is where they come alive, and they look like a team who can certainly win it. I mean, they will be installed straight away as the favourites to win the competition, and rightly so. 2-0 down, never phased, just kept, it's panning into Ancelotti. He just knew his team would start sooner or later, and Liverpool just crumbled under the pressure. They went squeezed, more aggressive, going to get the ball off Liverpool, kept nicking it off and time again. And it was a tough evening in the end for Liverpool. The season's over. What they got? They got top 4 now. It's a bad result for Tottenham, and who's in top 4, because now, if they can get over this disappointment, they've got to focus on one thing now, and that is getting into the top 4, and that's very, very important. But for a team who's been used to challenging for the Champions League and for the Premier League title, need to motivate themselves to be able to just get to the top 4. Is that success for Liverpool? It's certainly a step backwards.
So if it's all about top 4 now, and this is tie over, what does he do in the Bernabeu? Does he just play his second string 11 then?
Oh no, he's got to go for it, because it's Champions League. You just never know. I mean, when they went 2-0 up, they looked good, but it was a gift, the second goal, a Mo Salah goal. Courtois just gifts it to him and he just taps it in. Younes looked threatening. Gakpo struggled. I think it looked a bit much for him. But in the end, they had too much firepower, too much know-how at this competition. Luka Modric was outstanding. Vinicius Jr, different level, caused Trent all sorts of problems. And Benzema, who we thought might miss the game, was just too classy and held the line, and they had too much. All round they had too much. It was a footballing lesson in the end, and it became very, very embarrassing.
They've now lost 6 of their last 7 against Real Madrid, and Jurgen Klopp has just had no answer for Real Madrid since he took over at Liverpool. Has not been able to get past them, and 5-2 they will go to the Bernabeu with a deficit in 3 weeks' time. What a result at Anfield, quite incredible.
The culture is seeped into you.
Right.
And it's not until the game's finished when people go, oh, I can't believe how you never panicked. And you're like, well, actually, we didn't panic.
Right.
It's not...
we didn't even contemplate.
It's not a conscious thing. It's a culture thing.
Right.
Most teams don't react that way.
No.
Most teams...
No, well, there are very few teams that can create the culture like that. You need great players, good characters,
calm manager.
And standards.
A calm
and
manager.
a great
Right,
manager,
You know,
big time.
a calm manager who's
Big
sort
time.
of been there and trusts his players. Listen, they got battered last year in Paris.
Yep.
They were on the canvas, they got up at 9. Right?
Yep.
They got up at 9.
Where did they get up against City then?
Sit. You're ready to fight. Take a step forward. They got canvas on the floor, canvas again on the floor, picked themselves up. Got a bit of a going over in the final, even against a Liverpool side that were flying at the time, but won the game. It's in these players and this club's DNA.
Right.
It's no coincidence it keeps happening.
Gemma, one of the great moments, and we talked about this a lot last season when they're on this run, is Luka Modric at the end celebrating with everyone like it's his first big win. Like his love for this game at 37 must be so infectious for everybody else around him in the team.
Yeah, because I mean, he mentioned he's in the team of his life. He loves Real Madrid. It's like he was born in Chamartin, just next to the Santiago Bernabeu. He feels it so much, and he's an animal competitive. He loves winning. He loves doing it over and over again, and he loves, for example, remembering that last season. Everyone was criticizing him and Cruz and so much Real Madrid. No one gave Real Madrid like one of the main candidates last season, and they did this over and over again, and he enjoys it so much. So yesterday he was the star of the press conference, and he said that I mean, last season you were saying we were dead. We had no more chance in the Champions League. You did the same this season after the World Cup. And yeah, he recognized maybe he rushed too much in coming back to the team because he's 37. I think sometimes he forgets that he's 37 and he wanted to come back just after the World Cup, and the physicality of himself and the team was not good enough. But I think after winning the Clubs World Cup, they have that winning mentality back again, and they have not that pressure of having to win because himself and all this team have already won everything, and they have done it so many times, so they know they can do it, and that's what it showed here in my back in Anfield, just in front of the cup, that they were 2-0 down, but they just were patient. They did their game. They did no more mistakes, and they managed to get 5 goals in Anfield. Actually, 3-0 was the worst defeat of Liverpool in the European Champions League. It was 2014 against Real Madrid. 1 is against 3-0, 3 goals different. 2-5 against Real Madrid. It's like they have some kind of trauma, and when they see Real Madrid, their legs start to shake, and they don't mentally believe they can beat Real Madrid.
One more thing about Luka Modric. Conversation, rumors going around, and his contract renewal. And I don't think it's a coincidence that things have been said by Carlo Ancelotti to the effect of we're going to have to rest some of the guys, we're going to have to rotate because we're in a moment in transition, and players like Tchouaméni are going to get an opportunity, and Camavinga are going to get an opportunity, and Florentino Perez, is he going to give a new deal to Luka Modric or not? Yeah. See, Florentino, I'll answer the question for you. You need to give this guy a new contract.
It's like that 5th goal is just so brilliant. Not only the run, but then just the perfect ball into Vinicius Jr.
And actually, what you were just talking about, a guy who's 37, you think he acts like a kid.
Yeah.
Did you see them all dancing after they scored the goal?
Yeah.
I mean, all of them. They were like a bunch of schoolboys.
Yeah.
That had just won the cup as 10-year-olds. I mean, I don't know about you, son, but at 37, I couldn't run about like that.
Yes, son.
Couldn't do that at 27.
And then, of course, you've got the Vinicius Jr., you know, who, there's so much excitement around this player, and we obviously see flashes, sometimes he frustrates. But it was interesting, in the press conference afterwards, Jurgen Klopp was asked, is he one of the best players in the world? Jurgen Klopp went, yes. His translator went, si. And when you see him, like that first goal, out of nothing, really.
Yeah.
And that's what puts you on that upper echelon of world-class
He's just
players.
taking his game to the level that Real Madrid were hoping for, but we're getting frustrated. But he was young, you know, and thinking back as well and about the disharmony in the dressing room with, I think it was him and Benzema, right?
Yeah.
So that, I mean, when when one of the world's best players, Karim Benzema, is heard saying, "Don't pass him the ball," that has to drain your confidence.
Right.
So to pick himself off the floor, dust all that down, and get back to business, and then one of the things we talked about at the start of the season, would he be able to go again? And clearly we're getting the answer. Is it 17 goals or something like that? So it's not just the wing play, the assists, the ball possession, it's the end product as well. And yeah, he's having a second brilliant season.
And he's always talking, like Benzema clearly is like, it's mentoring him on the pitch. You can see it all the time, talking to Vinny.
Yeah, and how Vinny affects the game, it's obvious to see in a 1v1 situation. It's obvious to see when he scores a goal or when he assists a goal. But the fact that he keeps coming time and time again, and certainly going to keep coming when you think about the fact that you're going against Trent Alexander-Arnold, he's saying, oh, goodness, I love me some of this, because you know there's going to be space. He affects how Liverpool had to defend, because now Fabinho has to get out there, because now Joe Gomez has to get out there. Right? So it's not only the fact that Alexander-Arnold is not defending Vinicius properly, it's how it affects everything else defensively for Liverpool and offensively for Real Madrid. Because Fabinho has to get out there, Joe Gomez has to get out there, it creates spaces in the middle. Where now, that relationship with Karim Benzema, where he drops underneath, and now we're combining, and now we're having all this possession in the attacking half. Vinicius Jr. right now, when he focuses and concentrates on playing the game and displaying his talent, the special talent that he is world class. He is at an elite level. When he concentrates and focuses on fighting with everybody else, he comes back to the crowd. But when he's all about playing, there's no stopping him.
You know, we're talking about Vinny, we're talking about Modric, we're talking about Benzema.
Yes. Yeah.
The other day and last week we were talking about Messi and Mbappe.
Oh yeah.
And Neymar.
Yep.
You talk about the difference between three players in Real Madrid and PSG. Three at PSG who it's, other than Messi probably, it's me. These three are actually helping each other.
Right.
Because all the things that Vinny's doing is pulling players away, is leaving Benzema, who appreciates it, and who's leaving Modric, who appreciates it even more. So you've got three superstars, basically, and that's why Real Madrid are so good and why they can do what they did at Anfield, as opposed to three at PSG who have a completely different outlook on the game.
Last word to this to you, Gemma. How many have they won? 14? Is it going to be 15 for Real Madrid this season?
I mean, you never know with Real Madrid, but I think last season nobody would point them as not even a candidate at the very beginning, and not in the last 16 and as one of the main favorites. But you never know with this team. I mean, they have this a strong mentality, especially when they play the Champions League. When they listen to the Champions League music, it's like they turn into something. They put the competitive level in another stage. So you can never say Real Madrid are not a candidate. With this mistake last season, you can never forget that they already won 14. We will see. I mean, they are in the last 8, we can say that, and they have that mentality. And I think that if they have to, Ancelotti will pick the Champions League ahead of La Liga. They already done that. For example, the last weekend in El Sadar, when he rotates the team to be ready for that game, for this game, and they did good. So why not? Then with this team and the Champions League, anything can happen. I've seen that movie at least 14 times.
Well, thank you very much for watching ESPN on YouTube. For more sports highlights and analysis, be sure to download the ESPN app. And for live streaming, premium content, and let's not forget as well, ESPN FC 7 days a week. Subscribe to ESPN Plus.
No, it's worrying. It's worrying. There's a lot of things that are going wrong and went wrong last night. I mean, first things first, I think the first half was really good. 2 good teams going hell for leather. It felt like at half-time that after recent result, there was a buzz in the stadium. Although it was 2-2, it was an even game. Liverpool were going toe-for-toe with the champions of Europe and playing some good stuff, making chances. But they capitulated because of a lack of basics, which is defending, simple things. organisation, leadership on the pitch.
That's worrying, isn't it?
Tactically naive.
Yeah.
Really naive. I mean, I do need to give Real Madrid some credit here, by the way, because some of their performances was a joy to watch. I mean, a joy to watch. Watching Vinicius Jr. live, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, special talent. They've got some brilliant players. But that aside, the second half was a real concern. There was so many errors and so many poor decisions made by the players that I don't know where to start with it. Really, we need a bit of time.
I think we've got to look. I think we've got to look at Klopp, Danny. I think a lot of attention, a lot of the focus here has got to be on Jurgen Klopp. Why has Klopp failed to adapt and coach his team to be more defensively solid? Is he capable of that? Now, the question is the tie over? You would think it probably is. Klopp says we cannot allow that to affect confidence.
I told the boys directly after the game, so this is different things what happened tonight. There's one result that's exactly opposite of what we wanted. We made mistakes around the goal, yes, as well. But, and I said that a couple of times, a defeat is a defeat if you don't learn from it. So, and if we don't learn tonight that the start of the game was outstanding and the way we played, that was us in a nutshell, that was us like we want to be. And that's what we have to keep doing. So if we now allow this one game to be influential, well, we are really silly. And we have a few days where we'll make sure that we take the right things out of this game. Yes, we have to improve. Third goal massively, first goal massively, but we have to take the good things as well. That would be horrible if we don't do that.
There's no doubt, Danny, Jurgen Klopp is a great manager. Is he a great coach?
Well, I think his CV suggests he's one of the best coaches as well. The problem he's got at the moment is that he's being criticised because of his inability to adapt the Liverpool style. He's remaining consistent with it, even though it's not working. And when does the time come where you have to change? I think this season particularly, that maybe things should have changed earlier in terms of becoming more pragmatic, a bit more defensive-minded. Too easy to play against for a long time. And for years, Liverpool have played this high energy, high press, the game you're talking about earlier with Vincent's team, Burnley, but he's done it really well because he's had the personnel to do it. And now you're looking at the Liverpool team and thinking he doesn't have the personnel to play the way he wants. Therefore, it's down to him to adapt.
Sure.
And even sometimes in-game management. I was listening to the phone on the way back yesterday about the fact that once they'd gone ahead in the game or even gone back to 2-2, they were still wide open. Why can't we, they adapt within the game?
And why can't they? I mean, when a defence shows frailty like that, it's always said you go back to basics. Well, why did Klopp not encourage them to go back to basics and shut up shop?
I've said that I've had that conversation a few times earlier in the season when they've been, been done twice at Brighton, been done by Wolves, got done at Brentford. I was at that game, got smashed by Napoli. All these occasions you're thinking, okay, maybe now it's time just to tweak and change.
Yeah.
I think the reason why is because he's had so much success the other way that he, like many of us, believed it would change. It would turn for them. When I get him fit, when the players get a bit fit, they're a bit tired, there's a hangover from last season. Maybe he's believed, like so many supporters, that it's just a blip in the road. But it's not now. It's not. And I think it would be remiss of him and the coaching staff not to look at the last month or two, the amount of goals they've leaked, why, and maybe set up differently. And when I say set up differently, I mean fullbacks not playing like wingers, midfield's not spread across the pitch.
What about Trent Alexander-Arnold?
Yeah, poor defensively, couldn't cope, could not cope, doesn't see the danger. I mean, Trent, the bizarre thing is, watching the game live, Trent did some things last night, some of his passing and crossing, that not many right-backs in the world can do from an attacking point of view.
But then
he's doing some things defensively that you wouldn't expect players to do in the lower leagues. Switching off from runners behind.
How can that be?
It's like it's got worse for him, not better. When he was first in the team for the first 2 or 3 seasons, I think most people forgave the poor defending because he's a young lad learning. But he's got to learn now. Gomez was getting isolated. That Trent too high up the pitch at times. The other thing with Trent as well, to be fair to him, is Salah doesn't give him any help. I mean, Salah does not defend. I don't know if Klopp's telling Salah not to run back and defend. I don't know the instruction. I'm not in the dressing room. But he doesn't get back and help him. I mean, the best right-backs need some help sometimes from the players in front of you. So Henderson's having to run all the way out there to try and get out there too late. I mean, he was up against one of the best players in the world, granted.
Yeah, but Klopp's obviously not telling Salah to do that because otherwise we'd see him do it.
Well, you'd think. So that's tactically naive.
So what's going on?
I think it's time for a big reset, isn't it? I think there's going to be 5 or 6 gone in the summer. I think Klopp knows. Klopp will get the opportunity to fix this. Klopp will get the opportunity to fix it. And he deserves that opportunity, 100%. And I think most fans are with me on that. Is it easy getting players out the door? Some who be on big money, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I think you're looking at least half a dozen, maybe 4 or 5 at least, but probably half a dozen coming in the summer.
I know it's tough for you because this is your club and you've been brutally honest. And I thank you for that, Danny. But the big question this morning is, can Jurgen Klopp fix this thing?
Yeah, he can.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Everybody, welcome along to our post-match show. Good to have you with us. Kate Abdo, Thierry Henry, Jamie Carragher, Micah Richards. Feels like a significant night in European football when you watch Liverpool lose 5-2 at Anfield against Real Madrid. We saw another game this evening as well, which saw Napoli win 2-0 against Frankfurt. Napoli just continuing to shine at the moment in European football. We're going to start by talking about that Liverpool game because, Jamie, your former club, we asked you before the game had started, on the back of those couple of positive results that we'd seen for Liverpool, did that now mean that they had turned the corner? You were cautious in your answer. Does that now feel like a resounding answer?
Yeah, it was nonsense, absolute nonsense that Liverpool were back in the last 2 games. And that's why I was cautious before the game. They played against an Everton team, one of the worst performances I've seen in a derby game from an Everton team who did nothing. I was at the Newcastle game as well. Newcastle with 10 men created chances. And if Newcastle had 11 men on the game, they'd have got back to 2-2. I'm convinced of that because Liverpool right now, and not right now, all season, as I said before, have been an absolute shambles defensively. Now, this team had a great defensive record last season, but we know the midfield doesn't have the energy anymore. The attacking players in the front three don't press like, or certainly don't have the cohesion that was there before with maybe a Firmino and a Mane, so they're new to it, Núñez and Gakpo. So this Liverpool defence now, who we've been told for years have got some of the best players in the world, can't cope. Because for years they've had a front 6 in front of them who probably worked harder and smarter than any other team in world football. And now that's gone. It's completely fell apart. And, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say making excuses is the wrong word, but what I would say is because as a Liverpool fan, we absolutely adore this manager and team, and they've done so much for the club in the last 4 or 5 years, it hates you to say anything negative because they give you so much. But Liverpool are 8th in the Premier League. They've just been battered 5-2 in the Champions League. I know it's Real Madrid, but these are the 2 teams who were in the final last year. It's not acceptable what we're watching this season. And we keep looking for reasons and excuses. But no, it's nowhere near good enough. And defensively, right now, and what makes me laugh, I'm not that horrible. Virgil van Dijk said I wouldn't get in that back 4 about 2 months ago. I think I'd take his place at the moment. But no, some of the players there, I mean, Joe Gomez tonight, that was, I mean, listen, we've all had bad nights, real bad nights as players. And maybe I shouldn't kick someone in the down because I'm sure he'll feel terrible right now. But I think Liverpool would keep talking about midfield players Liverpool need. And that's right. I think Liverpool need defenders as well. Because, as I said, when they get exposed, they can't defend.
So, Thierry, to what extent do you look at this game and think that Liverpool were that poor, or was it just that Real Madrid were outstanding tonight?
First and foremost, I sympathise with Jamie because when you look at your team getting battered like that, you know, the way he speaks, he goes above and beyond because he's hurt, because he's a Liverpool fan. Now you need to go back to the truth. You conceded against Brentford too many goals for my liking. You conceded against Wolverhampton too many goals for my liking. Brighton, so let alone when you're going to play against Real Madrid. But I wanted to know where they were. And I saw a fragile team, more than fragile. I'll tell you why. You were 2-0 up. That's exactly the start that you would like to have against a Madrid team, against any team in Europe at Anfield. And they couldn't even keep that. Yes, Alisson Becker made a mistake, but they didn't bail him out. Thibaut Courtois makes a mistake. that's a big team. They bailed him out. And yes, with the help of some movements or not of the Liverpool players, but they are fragile. Something needs to change, and I don't think Klopp needs to go. That's not what I'm saying. But some of the players don't have the level anymore to play for Liverpool, and it happens sometimes to the best. To me, happened to you, Jamie, happened to Micah. I think it's the end of an era, and it's been for a little while. Like that this season. It's the end of an era, and it happens. And I'm not having a go at Liverpool, but you have to call, we say in France, a cat a cat. You see a cat, it's not a dog. You have to call it. They ate. They're not playing well. They're conceding a lot. We all love what they did recently, but you also have to say when some things are not going right, and it is not going right. And, you know, it's a tough one when I look at this and I see Liverpool conceding 5 at home and getting outplayed. When I see a guy like Luka Modric at his age getting that ball and just bursting through the midfield like they were not there and passing the ball to Vinicius Jr to Benzema and toying with the goalkeeper. I just think that is not good enough. That team gave us so much joy throughout the years, but right now they're not. So they need to reinvent themselves and make sure that they can keep their head up until the end of the season.
Yeah, but if Liverpool play or are going to play the same way, you talk about it's an end of an era. If you go 2-0 up in a game, surely sometimes you have to change your principles in order to win the game. Whereas when I see Liverpool, they go 2-0 up, it gets to 2-2, they're still doing the same things. Like, the fullbacks, we all know how good they are going forward, and that's why we've lauded them as some of the best in world football. But they keep making mistakes. We've got Vinicius, one of the best players in the world, and he's got so much time and space.
I don't want to go back to what you said, Jamie, because I didn't follow what they said about you, but his team would have kept it tight. No, his team would have kept it tight for at least, you know what, we're 2-0 up, let's keep it tight. And not make it a game too open. But that's how they are, that's what made them. And they died like that tonight.
What I would say is I don't really agree with that. And what I'm saying is we can't sort of say how great this team have been for 5 years doing a certain thing and now saying they're wrong to do that thing. My point is that, and I've said this before, they're trying to play Jurgen Klopp football without players who can play Jurgen Klopp football. And that is maybe some players who've been brought in, but also some players who are there now it's just come to the end. And I would never criticise those players because they've done their job for Liverpool over the last 4 or 5 years. And the one most people talk about is probably Jordan Henderson. He's the captain. You know, we all know there's reinforcements needed in midfield. And that lad gets a little bit of criticism from Liverpool fans. He shouldn't. He's done his job. He come in at 21. He's now 31, 32. He's won everything. He's lifted every trophy. The fact that he's still having to play week in, week out, means there's been mismanagement off the pitch in terms of players being brought in. But I don't think it's a criticism in terms of like Klopp's idea. But, as Thierry said, this team's come to an end. Jurgen Klopp built a team when he first came in, when that team was 7th or 8th in the Premier League. And what we saw for the next sort of 4 or 5 years was amazing. He needs to be allowed to do that again. Because I think that's a line in the sand. When you lose 5-2 at home in the Champions League, this has to stop. We have to start
when you've got
again.
a team, Jamie, and you say the manager wants to play a certain way, but you've not got the players to play that certain way, surely you adapt to what you have instead of making the same mistake.
Well, there's been a little bit of adaptation, I would say. Liverpool are not... Well, we saw it at times tonight, but the games I've watched, they're not that full-on press, energy everywhere. It was tonight, but you expect that. It's a European night. You've got to get after Real Madrid. You're 2-0 up. But listen, I know where you're coming from. The big worry for me was second half, you're attacking the Cup on a European night. There was nothing. Absolutely nothing. No energy, no goal-mouth scrambles. There was nothing there. It just looked broken to me. And,
To go back to what you're saying, Micah, you know, as a coach, sometimes you live and die with your principles. And as you said, I agree. They were so brilliant at what they were doing. It looks like, it's not me saying, when you watch the game, it seems like they can't do it. You know, they just can't do it anymore. I just, as a coach, you know, you're not going to change it or adapt to what you know the players are going to do. And I have to go back to my Barca time. My first year in Barcelona, it was the end of an era. We had better players, shall I say, sorry, in the squad. We won nothing. The year after, new coach, I'm not saying, understand what I'm saying, it was the end of an era. New players arrived, then we went on to win a treble. You don't have to throw everything away, but it's gonna have to be some changes. It's just a normal process. Sorry, and I prefer the word evolution. It needs to evolve.
It's February though, so now from this point, what happens for the rest of the season? Because that result tonight has to be hugely affecting of team morale, team spirit.
Yeah, listen,
right?
it's good. I mean, you've got to go to the Bernabeu, you've got to go with something. You're Liverpool, you've got to try and get the first goal in the game, but forget that. And I go back to these two games where obviously Liverpool won the games. Now, I don't see anything different in those two games except that Liverpool's goal scorers scored the chances that they got. They did that again tonight, which put them 2-0 up. But this Liverpool team will do what it's done all season, which is win a couple, lose a couple. Win a couple, lose a couple. And that's what's happened. They've won a couple of games. They've lost to Madrid. They might win the next one. They'll lose, they'll draw. Nothing's going to come around or change with this team. It is the end of an era. And Liverpool, at times before the World Cup, felt they need a midfield player, or they need two midfield players. The more you watch this Liverpool team, you're thinking, I think it's more 4 players maybe to go into the team, not just the squad right now.
I mean, you mentioned their position in the league previously, right, when we were talking. So if you look at that, the only route to Champions League football for next season was essentially to win the Champions League. Do you now look at them...
I mean, they're not a million miles away from top 4, and the teams who are in that position, it's not like you're trying to compete with a Man City or an Arsenal to get in the top 4. You're competing with other teams who drop points. So Tottenham are in the top 4 now. They lost last week 4-1 away at Leicester. So there's lots of other teams in that boat. So Liverpool, I think, will make a fist of that. I don't think they'll get it, but I think they'll make a decent fist of that. There's still a long way to go. But you've got to remember where this Liverpool team have been. They're in the Champions League final last season. And if we're being totally honest, they were massive favourites against Real Madrid. They lost it, OK? But to then see the gulf today at Anfield from sort of 6 months ago, and Thierry made a great point, Real Madrid have played more games than Liverpool this season. So we keep talking about the games and last season. Madrid have played more games this season. Mm-hmm. So you can't keep using that as an excuse or a reason.
We got any Heineken for Jamie? Anyone?
Reeling. Cop-in meltdown, worst Euro night at Anfield. It felt like an empire crumbling a little bit, Jason Burt, didn't it?
Yes, it did, a little. I mean, obviously, what was so remarkable about it, not least the fact that Liverpool were 2-0 up and then lost the game 5-2, was I felt was how quiet Anfield then became. I mean, obviously, we're so used to these incredible European nights at Liverpool under the lights with the crowd and the noise and everything else. But obviously, as things unfolded in front of us, we just heard nothing from the Kop. I mean, obviously, they were almost silent at one stage, and understandably so. I mean, it was a stunning defeat, devastation, really. And as you say, we were thinking that Liverpool were starting to get things back together a little bit, and then this happens to them, and you wonder whether or not, they need to go back to the drawing board. It's going to be a big summer ahead for them if they go out of this competition, if they try and fight for that 4th place. It's been a difficult campaign, and, Jurgen Klopp's got a lot of thinking to do.
Picking up that point, big summer ahead, David Ornstein, defining summer for Klopp's empire moving forward, isn't it?
It really is, yeah, because Liverpool are struggling to qualify for the top 4. They've picked up some momentum with victories over Everton in the Merseyside derby and then that crucial win at Newcastle over the weekend, but that will have a massive impact on their budget. There's obviously the uncertainty at ownership level. John Henry stating yesterday that they are only now looking for investment, and so there will be a lot of scrutiny on how much they can afford to invest in their squad. Tonight, they've been making headlines for all the wrong reasons, breaking records in a negative sense, and we're so used to the opposite of that in recent years under Jurgen Klopp and FSG at Anfield, with Liverpool breaking their duck, winning the Premier League title for the first time in 30 years, reaching Champions League finals, winning 1 Champions League in that period. And this really was brutal, especially from 2-0 up. And it's going to take something spectacular in the Bernabeu for Liverpool to salvage their European campaign. So very difficult. They play Crystal Palace on Saturday. Then I think they've got Wolves. And then it's Manchester United in the league. also play Bournemouth before the return leg. So these are really crucial moments for Liverpool and Jurgen Klopp. This squad that looks in need of regeneration in some degree.
Sorry, David, just before I move on to Jason's paper, The Telegraph, one more for you, David. It feels like a good job in a way that the owners have made it clear that they don't want to sell the club completely because the price might be dropping a bit.
Well, good job depending on which side of the fence you sit on. If you want FSG for longer, then you know that looks like it's going to happen. If you don't, then you'll be a bit disappointed. But Liverpool did put the club, or FSG did put Liverpool up for sale. We never knew how it was going to end, and we stated that in reporting at the time. And it seems that there haven't been the offers that they might have been hoping. I'm sure that's been influenced by Manchester United going on the market, and also results like tonight don't help their cause, but it doesn't take away from the stature of Liverpool, the size, the global appeal, what they've become under Jurgen Klopp and in recent years, their success, their history. But yeah, this is certainly a bruising night for everybody concerned with the club.
Yeah, bruising, or to use the Telegraph's words on the front page of their supplement, total humiliation. They reference the Wales rugby story. We'll get to that in a while as well. And the same word on the back of the Mail. Humiliation. Red faces all round Anfield. Liverpool are thrashed by the holders. And again, a mention of the Wales rugby strike. We shouldn't underplay, Jason Burt, the performance of Real Madrid tonight.
No, you're absolutely right. They were fantastic. Vinicius Jr, I thought in particular, was just world class. Incredible performance from him and from Luka Modric, the sort of evergreen Luka Modric. I mean, I saw him play last season against Celtic, and he went off to a standing ovation. I guess he wouldn't have got one tonight, but it looked like he deserved yet another standing ovation. Fantastic player. And what's so amazing about Real Madrid is that, as I think Camavinga spoke about this in an interview before the game, you know, they don't know when they're dead. Basically, they just keep going. And 2-0 down at Anfield after 15 minutes, and the nature of that second goal, lots of teams would have folded and would have lost 3 or 4, 5-0 maybe, even the tie would have been over, especially with that Liverpool crowd behind Jurgen Klopp's team. But Real Madrid have made a sterner stuff. I covered the campaign last season. They should have gone out against Chelsea. They should have gone out against Paris Saint-Germain. They should have gone out against Manchester City. And yet they won all those ties, so that they're never beaten, really. And that's the incredible strength they've got, incredible experience they've got, and in players like Vinicius, and they're refreshing the team as well with these younger players coming through. But they've got a real world-class talent in Vinicius. Obviously, we saw that with him winning the Champions League final for Real Madrid last season, but he's getting better and better.
For the English clubs overall, David, these things are cyclical, I know, all or nothing. At the moment, it's a little bit nothing apart from Manchester City, assuming they do OK in Germany.
Yeah, well, we'll see how Chelsea do in the second leg against Borussia Dortmund. I don't think they're in too bad shape. But yeah, Manchester City could well be flying the flag, and they're trying to chase down their first Champions League title. They're going to have a pretty tricky game away to Leipzig. They're going to have to do so without Kevin De Bruyne, who has some illness. But it's not a position that Manchester City will be unfamiliar with, being on their own in various forms. That City seem to quite like that challenge, but they haven't gone the whole distance yet. And you know, they'll really hope that this is the year, because that is the ultimate aim of this ownership, of this regime. And Pep Guardiola's won everything else with City. So yeah, it's full focus on the Champions League. But I wouldn't write Chelsea off in that second leg against Dortmund, however unlikely it is that Liverpool are going to progress now.
OK, during his time at Watford, Javi Gracia reportedly brought in compulsory yoga sessions, sounds marvellous, a fine of up to £100 a minute for everyone that's late for training, you'd be in trouble, and 3 meetings a week to analyse the next opponent. Is any of that true? As he heads into his new job at Leeds, why didn't we ask one of his former players, probably one of his favourites as well? Former Watford goalkeeper Ben Foster is on the line. Good morning, Ben.
Good morning, Ben. How are you this morning?
Good morning, everybody. Laura, yeah, bang on. That's exactly what I think. That's about normal, though. I don't think there's anything like too overboard with any of that sort of stuff. But no, it is. It's definitely all true.
Which was he? I mean, it did say that you might have been one of his favourites. Were you?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
Were you late?
No, never late. God, no. I was one of the first ones in, but he was he was a top man. He really was. I think first and foremost, the most important thing for me is what somebody's like, just sort of on a sort of human level, really. And I found him really good, really respectful. Even after he left, he would still sort of text me and say sort of like if he saw that we had a good result at the weekend or whatever, it'd be, oh, fantastic result, great clean sheet, all that kind of stuff. Say hello to the lads. No, he was absolutely top. I really enjoyed working for him.
Ben, I've been reading a little bit on what's been said about him as a coach. You know, his teams, particularly Watford and indeed when he went to Valencia, really well organised, very, very difficult to break down. You know, they play very much. The teams very much play for each other. Is that the case? And is that just what will be required at least to stay up?
Yeah, I think. For what Leeds need, you know, Leeds have probably sort of famed themselves, especially when they've had Bielsa, as they just like to sort of outscore you, really. A bit like Brazil back in the old school days, where if you score 4, we'll try and score 5. And he's not really like that, Javi Gracia. Don't get me wrong, he likes to play attacking football and he likes to try and press and probe and score goals, but he demands that you get back as well. The work rate has to be high and really intense as well. You know, he enjoys people working, but it's the the level of intensity that he really likes. So when you're forward and you lose a ball, you get back into your shape as quick as possible.
He was brought in at a time where Watford needed to get back into things, stay in the league. He did that, took you to an FA Cup final as well. Do you think he is the right man to affect Leeds and keep them in the division?
Yeah, I do. He's. I think Leeds just need somebody that's probably a little bit calm and composed. To be perfectly honest, I think they've had obviously Marcelo Bielsa is. Everybody knows what he's about, and then Jesse Marsch is. I'd say of a very sort of similar ilk as well. You know, very sort of energetic, should we say?
Intense.
Yeah, intense. Yeah, I think. Don't get me wrong. Javi Gracia is that guy as well, but he's a lot more measured, a lot calmer. You know, like I say, he gets his message across without ranting and raving. I think that goes down well in modern football nowadays.
Ben, tell me, there's plenty of goalkeeping stories going about right now. We'll move on to the one regarding Newcastle in the cup final very shortly. But I am going to put your loyalty to the Goalkeepers Union to the test here and ask you, what was going on last night?
Oh, it was horrible, wasn't it? I felt so bad for the boys. I really did. When Liverpool went 2-0 up and Thibaut does that thing, I see Thibaut doing that with his feet. And don't get me wrong, Thibaut's a world-class goalie, probably one of the best in the world at this moment in time. But he looks so sort of big and cumbersome that I'm just thinking, just get rid of it, mate. Don't go taking too many touches and trying to be clever. You can see what he was trying to do. He was trying to sort of lift it over Mo Salah onto his left back, but he's just got too longer legs and too many sort of knees and elbows in the way. And then Alisson later on sort of with a little shank as well. I felt sorry for him, but Real Madrid, they're just ruthless, weren't they? I think that's what the difference was at the end of the day. Real Madrid were just ruthless when they got those chances. You know, that Benzema goal late on.
Unbelievable, wasn't it?
You know, yeah, he sits Alisson down and then with the calmness, with 3 Liverpool defenders in front of him to still just help it into the top corner. Didn't need to smash it, just helped it in the top corner. It was beautiful.
I also want to ask you about the League Cup this Sunday. So Newcastle United, Manchester United, 2 teams that have just been storming the league so far this season. Even if Newcastle have taken a couple of back steps in the last couple of weeks, they're going to have to do it without Nick Pope, and the big story and all the eyes are going to be on Loris Karius. If you were in that position, just give me a little idea of how he might be feeling.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward one, really. I think people need to remember and realise that Loris Karius is still a very, very good goalkeeper. I think he's been tarnished with this brush of a calamity keeper ever since the mistakes that he made for Liverpool in that Champions League Cup final. And I think it's probably really affected him as well. I think he's gone away. Obviously, he had to leave Liverpool, and I think he's just carried that burden and that weight of, like I say, that horrible sort of calamity goalkeeper thing with him. But he's back there now, and like I say, he's a proper goalie. Everybody, I think people need to realise he is still a proper goalkeeper, and it's not even a given he's going to be playing either. Obviously, they've got Mark Gillespie there, who I know is a very good goalkeeper himself. I'd just like to see that if it is Loris Karius that does play, I'd like to see him have a really steady, solid game, because I think, everybody just thinks he's going to be a walk in the park if he's in goal, and that won't be the case whatsoever, because he is still a quality player.
I've got to ask the burning question. Are you sitting there this morning going, it could have been me?
God, no chance, Laura. No way on this earth. I think that just to put a bit of context behind that is obviously earlier in the season I could have signed for Newcastle when Carl Darlow got a little injury. I'm very, very close to doing it as well. I ummed and ahed quite a bit, but eventually sort of decided that I'd hung up my gloves, I'd hung up my boots, and I'd done it for a reason, and I was happy with that reason. So I saw Nick Pope getting sent off at the weekend, and even that I felt so sorry for him. It's horrible. Yeah. It's kind of that natural goalkeeping instinct. I know he's missed his header, but as soon as the ball touches his hands, he can't help himself but want to just sort of bring it into a nice warm space and give it some love. And that's what he did. I felt so bad for him. But then obviously I didn't realise that he's going to miss the cup final. But no regrets from my side. I'm quite happy doing what I'm doing. I think I'd be too stiff anyway. I'd hate to be wheeled out on national TV looking like an old man. No way.
How do you see it going, mate? It's a tough one to call. It's a bizarre one, actually, because I'm thinking maybe 6 weeks ago would have fancied Newcastle strongly the way that their form was in United's form. However, with the current form of Rashford, in particular Manchester United, I've probably got them down as slight favourites. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think if Nick Pope was in goal, it would have been a tougher game. But now they've got Karius, it'll be a walk in the park. I'm joking. I'm obviously joking. No, it is. I think it's that form thing. I think. I was listening to Liverpool fans before the Liverpool game last night, and a lot of them saying, well, we've had an upturn in form, and so I fancy it tonight against Real Madrid, and then you see what goes on. But I think that's how it's going to be with the Man United Newcastle. Newcastle sort of just stuttering a bit lately, too many draws, not really scoring too many goals, and then couple that with Man United just being in red hot form. They just look like they've found a way of playing football now. And I think a lot of that is down to the manager, but Marcus Rashford, it's always nice when you've got somebody who can put the ball in the back of the net like he can.
Ben, tell me what Loris Karius, if it is going to be him at the weekend, tell me what he'll be doing this week to get himself up to speed, because he hasn't played a competitive game in 2 years.
I think the thing for him is because he's been training and he's been with a professional club, Newcastle, proper. They've got proper goalie coaches, and he's training with other world-class goalkeepers like Nick Pope. He already knows what to do. I think goalkeepers need to remember that they know how to be a goalkeeper, stop the ball going in the back of the net. I think the big problem for Loris Karius this week is just the mental side of it. I think he needs to stay away from social media and television as much as he possibly can. I think he needs to get into a zone where he's happy and confident, knowing that he's a good goalkeeper. And just remember how he feels on the training pitch, because when he's on the training pitch, I guarantee you he has a nice time. He's smiling, he's catching the ball, he's making saves, and if he can take that mindset into the game on Sunday, then he's off to a good start. I think, for first and foremost, so stay away from social media, because it can be poison at times.
And the newspapers, stay away from all of it. He'll have all the Geordies behind him, and
lock yourself in a room effectively.
Exactly. But I imagine that when you walk out at Wembley Stadium and you've got that noise, and the Newcastle fans, especially this season, have been absolutely incredible. Hopefully he'll be affected by the magic of it all. But then he has to come up against Marcus Rashford. How do you prepare for Marcus Rashford in the form he's in?
Yeah, there's not a lot you can do sometimes. There's a lot of the goals that he's been scoring lately where they're just pure instinctive goals, where I'm sure Ali will know this feeling that when you're red hot and you're good to go and everything just falls into place, then when you are sort of 12, 13, 14 yards out on the angle, you can be in front of goal or whatever it is, there's no thought of placing it here, there, or wherever it is, just boot through it, and it's going to find the corner. And that's kind of what Marcus Rashford has been doing these last sort of 6-8 weeks, really. Yeah. And like I say, it's hard as a goalkeeper. You can't save everything. You can put yourself in sort of as optimal a position as you possibly can to try and make the save. But if players like him hit corners, they're goals. It's as simple as that. So I don't care if it's Loris Karius or Nick Pope. If he puts it in the corner, it's a goal, as simple as that.
One name from you. Newcastle United or your former team Manchester United? Who's going to win?
Oh, I think it's going to be Man United. I do. I think it's going to be Man United. I think they just, I think they look like a completely different team. If you'd have asked me this 12 months ago, I'd say Man United are miles off, and it's going to take them years to get back to their glory days. But just getting a new manager and getting a world-class manager in like Ten Hag, I think has completely turned that club on its head, and they look like they're a proper team again.
It's just been brilliant speaking to you, Ben. Thanks for the time. Lovely to speak to you.
Talk Sport Breakfast with Laura Woods. Monday to Wednesday mornings 6 till 10. On AM, on DAB, via the Talk Sport app and on your smart speaker. Talk Sport.
Benny.
Okay, Jurgen, there was so much good in that first half. How do you begin to sum up what happened on the night and assess how ultimately the game got away from you tonight?
Yeah, I really think everything was pretty obvious tonight. I think we gave all 5 goals away. All 5 means we could have done better there, but they were all obviously different. The start in the game, and in our situation where we are, it's really important that we see positive steps. And I think the first half was pretty much, besides the 2 goals we conceded, that the best we played for probably in the whole season. So I like that a lot. The 2 goals, we have to defend better. Okay, the second goal we cannot defend better. That's a slapstick, but equalized pretty much our second goal, what we scored. The second goal we have to, the first goal we concede, we have to defend better. There are enough players around, nobody puts a foot in, stuff like this. It's very tight, and it's just a world-class moment from Vinicius then as well, but I think it's obvious that we can defend it better. Half-time, rather positive, to be honest. So I think, okay, boys, this happened. We have to play in this and that spaces. If you do that, keep doing that, they will have problems. And then we start with when you concede the 3rd goal, which is a horrible goal. And today it was pretty much the game changer. Don't say that's now okay that it's a game changer, but it was today. We lost the momentum in that moment. And never got it really back. In the first half, we could have scored a 3rd one. We had our moments, so we were a bit unlucky here with the scrappy situation in the 6-yard box. In the second half, obviously, the game was the game Real Madrid wanted to play. And then both goals, the other goals which they scored, one is deflected, and they are not really well defended, to be honest. We lose the ball in the wrong moment, which is obviously a massive problem against Real Madrid with the counter-attacking threat they have. And that's how it came to the result, and that's it.
I appreciate there's a lot of football to be played between now and the second leg, but Carlo did say to us that he can't say that the tie is over. How do you feel tonight?
I think Carlo thinks the tie is over, and I think it as well in the moment. But in 3 weeks, it's how it is in these moments. The closer you get to the game, the bigger our chances become, and the lesser likely it is that the tie is over. But tonight with a 5-2 and you see the game, then it's like, they are pretty good in counter-attacking. We have to score their 3 goals, so take some risk. That could be a bit tricky, but it's really not even in my mind. So we go there, I can say that now already, and try to win the game. If that's possible or not, I don't know now, but that's what we will try, and from there we will see.
Can I just check on Joe as well? It looked like he was holding his hamstring when he came off. Is there an issue there?
We will see. He showed a little bit of sign, but then we just made a decision, and now we will see that he will get checked tomorrow.
Hi, Jurgen. Jose Padilla, Defensa Central. Do you think Vinicius is one of the best players in the world?
I can't hear it. Should I? Is one okay here when I...
He said in English, stupid.
I thought because you were on the headset, I didn't even listen to it. I thought I was waiting for the translation.
Do you think Vinicius now is one of the best players in the world?
Vinicius?
In the 3, yes.
Yeah.
And Rodrigo? And Rodrigo?
Outstanding as well, yeah. Good players. Benzema is not bad as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Tom.
Yeah, are you concerned about what a result in a night like this might do to the confidence of the team, given how the damaging?
I can see that people think that, understandable, but that's actually not allowed. So I told the boys directly after the game, so this is different things what happened tonight. There's one result that's exactly opposite of what we wanted. We made mistakes around the goal, yes, as well. But, and I said that a couple of times, a defeat is a defeat if you don't learn from it. So, and if we don't learn tonight that the start of the game was outstanding and the way we played, that was us in a nutshell, that was us like we want to be. And that's what we have to keep doing. So if we now allow this one game to be influential, well, we are really silly. And we have a few days where we'll make sure that we take the right things out of this game. Yes, we have to improve. Third goal massively, first goal massively, but we have to take the good things as well. That would be horrible if we don't do that. It's a different game, obviously, at Palace, of course. But anyway, the intensity, the effort we showed, the football we played. Yeah, pretty much everything was like we want to see ourselves, and so we have to make sure that we keep that. I know 5-2 could be damaging, but I hope I can make sure that that's not happening.
Can I just ask as well about the pitch? It seemed in the first half players from both sides were using the foot. Was it overwatered or was it?
No. Yeah, I saw that as well, but most of the time the players didn't slip. So let's take that. So I don't know exactly why the few players slipped. I saw that as well. We will speak about that. What's going on? But it was not overwatered. No.
Hi, Jürgen. Do you think that the first half, the way you play in the first half, is how you want to play the rest of the season, and how can you go there in short time?
How we can do that, Lord?
How we can, do that instead of doing that for just 45 minutes, doing that for 90 minutes?
Oh, actually, I'm not sure how often you watched us, but we had periods where we played like this, and it's not like you don't have to defend each opponent with that intensity. Yes, the intensity, yes, but obviously Madrid is one of the best teams in the world, so we don't face them, thankfully, every 3 days. There's things we have to improve. Even that period, we could have been calmer on the ball. We prepared too much in these moments, but it was really difficult to defend for Madrid, I would say. Much more than they wished for, probably. But yes, it's the way it's the way we used to play. Let me say it like this, in the past.
Hi, Jürgen. Carlo was talking about how you gave them a lot of problems on their left side at the start of the game. They had to improve on that side where Trent was. I'm just wondering what your assessment of it was. Why was it working at the beginning of the game? And what happened? What changed?
Nacho came on, huh? Played a super game, I have to say. David Alaba is a top player. But I thought tonight we all saw why Nacho is playing since I don't know how many years for Real Madrid. He played a real defensive game. Was not fussed too much about offensive moments. Knew what that's one thing. The other thing is, how I said, in the second half we were just not as good anymore. So then it was probably easier to defend us there.
Last couple, and then the gentleman at the back.
Hola, Jürgen. Javier Langa para Goal.
Finally.
Javier Langa para Goal. Ayer Luka Modric dijo que él quería que se mereciera la renovación, que no quería que nadie le regalase nada. Si usted no funciona.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
Well, that's very helpful. I could. You have to. Oh no, you can just do it.
Pero decía que quería merecerse la renovación y que nadie se la regalase. Si usted tuviera la oportunidad de renovar a Modric para su equipo, ¿le renovaría?
Oh, God. You obviously are not too much interested in my problems, so this is not one of my problems. Yeah, fantastic player, and I'm pretty sure Carlo and Real Madrid will do the right thing for the right player.
Very last one at the back.
Please ask me more questions about Real Madrid players.
How much of a psychological factor was it? First, the goal just after half-time, and also Madrid coming back from 2-0 to 2-0 just before half-time too.
I thought we spoke about that already. I really thought that the 3-2 was at a massive impact. I saw that as well. The 2-1 and the 2-2. Not so much. I was not too long to play anymore. But my personal feeling was, okay, first goal, bad defending, but well done as well. Second goal, slapstick, get over it and play from there. And then the third goal directly after halftime. That was we didn't deal particularly well with that. That's true. But you never want to concede goals. But I think if you just think about the first half, everybody's impression was, wow, that was a really good first half, even when we conceded two. I really thought our people saw it exactly like that. They were outstanding tonight in a difficult game. And the first half was not so difficult to be positive, but even the second half, when it was very difficult to stay positive, they were positive, and I'm really thankful for that.
Let's get some more reaction to Real Madrid's 5-2 win at Anfield last night. Delighted to say the former Real president, Ramon Calderon, joins us now. Lovely to see you. OK, first of all, there should be a smile on your face. What did you make of Real last night? Did they look like the reigning champions? And is there any way back for Liverpool here?
I think it was brilliant, amazing, an incredible performance. I think the second half mainly difficult to remember. It's such a good performance. It should have been shown in many football academies. And I think a few teams could come back from a 2-0 in Anfield in the minute 15. That's only Real Madrid who can do that at this moment. And we know that this is our champion. Always we managed to build it up in the 50s. We always we have a special strength when we play it, and the players show it, and they showed it last night very well.
Yeah. 2-0 down, as you said, after barely a quarter of an hour. A rare mistake from Thibaut Courtois with the second. Did you fear the worst at the time?
Well, no, because remember what happened last season with Man City, with PSG, and with Liverpool in the final, and also with Chelsea. We, until the last minute of any match, we are able to come back and to win any match. And I knew that we could do that, and we did it. I didn't think it was going to be so perfect. In my opinion, it was a perfect match, and mainly the second half, as I said.
Yeah. You mentioned those comebacks last year. And you mentioned going back to the 50s and that string of European Cups in a row. Why is the mentality so strong with Real? And what is it about what is now the Champions League to the club?
It's difficult to say and explain for someone who is not linked to this club. But any player, when they come to our team, they know that this is, as I said before, our competition, that we always aim to win it. Our fans, they think that's a problem, that we have to win it every year. That's impossible. But we've won it so many times that it's difficult to think that any other one can do the same we've done. I think it's something special. It's a strong mentality when we play those matches. That's why we've won so many.
Yeah, all the way back to Di Stefano and that amazing run from the mid-50s onwards. Right. And they're not old enough to remember it, but they're veterans. Luka Modric and Karim Benzema, once again, instrumental. It's incredible to see them at their age still playing so well. How long can they go on for?
I think they are at the top. At least 2 or 3 more years, for sure. They could be playing at the same level. And but also all the players we have in the midfield, we have substitutes that can replace them when we need it. They've proven that. So the team now is in a very good moment, not in the domestic competition. We are 8 points behind Barcelona, but we can recover also. I'm sure that we will be running up for that title too. And the Champions League, as I said, is always our objective, and it is again this season.
Yeah, let's talk about Vinicius Jr, who compared to those two we just mentioned, certainly Junior at 22. 2 more goals for him. Okay, are we going to look back in 10, 15 years and say he became one of the world's very, very best?
Well, for sure. I think so. I think he's playing in an incredible way. And he's scoring goals. He's helping in defense. I cannot remember players so perfect in any sense. Well, we've got many, but this is one of those that for sure has made history with Real Madrid.
You mentioned that 8-point gap between Real and Barcelona. Barcelona have got a big game this week as well, but how do they go around chasing that 8 points down?
Well, we did in my first league as president. We were, I think, 9 points behind them with only 8 matches left, and we managed to win that title. So this team is always alive. Doesn't matter, anything can think sometimes that is over, is done. It's not.
Can you imagine
never. That's in our ADN, and that's very important for what's happening in our history and for how for why we've won so many titles.
Yeah, you're meeting the Copa del Rey, and then, of course, there's El Clasico as well to come, isn't there? Mid-March, I think that one is. Ramon, wonderful to see you. Thank you very much, as always.
My pleasure, as always. You're welcome. Always welcome.
Well, it was quite the night at Anfield on Tuesday, Younes Mihalik, and I want to take the analysis further. Rather than just the post-game, this happened, that happened, let's delve a little bit deeper into what exactly happened in this Champions League tie. Because at 2-0 after 14 minutes, it was like old-time Liverpool. It was like Liverpool with the cop behind them, with the full stadium singing. Everything was great in the world. They were 2-0 up against Real Madrid, but that was as good as it got. Real Madrid scored 5 unanswered goals. What's the biggest issue for Jurgen Klopp to take away from this defeat?
Mentality. Sometimes it may be too easy to say because, I mean, if you look at this game, it was a footballing lesson in so many different ways from Real Madrid, right? I mean, if you just go down to the way they came back in the second half and how they scored their goals, I mean, they walked around Liverpool and, you look at the fourth goal with Benzema, yeah, maybe a little bit of luck, but the way they played around Liverpool in the penalty area, right? One touch, Benzema and Rodrigo. Obviously, the last goal on the counter was superb, and Benzema had even time to put down Alisson on his behind. So I think that's easy. That's been talked about and all of that. But my big issue is the lack of response from Liverpool, and I thought I would never have to bring that mentality monster thing into it, but I think it's appropriate to do that right now because Real Madrid showed their DNA, showed the response. As you've mentioned, at 2-0, I think everybody, including myself, thought, my goodness, this is special. These are European nights at Anfield. But yet Real Madrid found a response. Once they put it in the second gear mark, there was nothing from Liverpool. And I couldn't believe in that because you are at home, you are at Anfield, you have halftime to talk about that response from Real Madrid, right? And what happens in the 47th minute? Real Madrid score immediately. So if we talk about the DNA of both clubs, it's for all of us to see because let's face it, on one hand, Real Madrid has not been the best version of themselves, have they? But they weren't bad. And that was the issue going into the game because, if you think, okay, Real Madrid, number of points behind Barcelona in La Liga, but in the last 10 games, they've won 8, drew 1, and lost 1. They were okay, and they knew their value. They know how good they are in this. And let's not forget, I mean, the away goals don't count. And for the life of me, I don't understand why Liverpool surrender in such way. Almost as if they said, that's it, we don't have it. And that's not Liverpool's way. That's definitely, Mark, not their way. Because even at 3-2, 4-2, even at 5-2, what if you score a goal or two and go to Madrid, 5-3, 5-4? There's still a possibility. And we've seen the fist bumps finally back from Jurgen Klopp against Everton and maybe even against Newcastle, although I didn't see it. But the heart was not pumping, was it?
And that's a concern. I mean, any football fan has to accept when your team is beaten by a better side, then so be it. They were better than us. But no football fan should accept when their team was outfought. And you're right, there was a capitulation. If it was a mental issue or whatever it was, the simple question to follow that up is, how does Klopp fix that?
Well, that's not an easy question, but that goes to the core of the problem that Liverpool has, because the talent is still there. Just like we've talked about Real Madrid, right? That La Remontada, they've shown in this competition that it's possible. Remember last year, I mean, against PSG, 30 minutes to go, I think they were 2 behind. Against Chelsea with 10 minutes to go, they were out. Against Paris Saint-Germain, was it? No, against Manchester City, I think it was 89th minute where they were behind as well. So this is something that we expect from Liverpool. I mean, we can't forget that these are the two biggest teams in terms of history of this competition, if you conveniently forget about Milan for a second there. So this is something that I think it's only fixable with obviously some changes, but a real talk that I'm sure Jurgen Klopp has had with some of his leaders, because the leaders didn't truly step up when they were counted on. And yet you look at Real Madrid and you look at Karim Benzema, who hasn't had the greatest year, but yet he stepped up. And you look at Vinny Jr., obviously, world-class goal to kind of give Real Madrid life in this one, the first goal I'm talking about. So I just think that the likes of Van Dijk and Trent and Robertson, who struggle tremendously in this game, and even Jordan Henderson, have to look at themselves and say, it's down to us, just like Real Madrid and Luka Modric. And, Luka Modric and Karim Benzema get a standing ovation, Mark, walking off the pitch at Anfield. That tells you everything.
It's funny you mentioned those two particular Real Madrid players, Luka Modric and Karim Benzema, because I was about to ask you if Father Time is an issue for Liverpool. Maybe the Liverpool that was so successful under Jurgen Klopp, maybe those days are gone, even though the players that might have been involved there are still there. So on one hand, you can say, is it time for a refresh? But on the other hand, you can say, well, wait a minute here. If Real Madrid can still get what they get out of Modric and what they get out of Benzema, why can't Liverpool get what they used to get out of the likes of Virgil van Dijk and others?
Yeah, I mean, Father Time has nothing to do with it. Which, if you look at this Liverpool team, yes, there's 1 or 2 players of age, but everybody else is still young enough. And, you look at the start, it's great. I think right people are being involved. My bigger question is, why can't Mo Salah carry that team in the second half, right? I mean, you'd say, yeah, he scored a goal, or, great assist on the first goal and all that, a little bit lucky on the goal himself. So he can maybe look at himself and say, well, I've done enough. Has he? I'm not so sure if you look at this season. So this is the business end of the season. Real Madrid are putting everything together. And again, not at their absolute best, Real Madrid, just yet. But, we can't talk about the experience of Real Madrid as opposed to Liverpool, because Liverpool certainly has that. So it's down to heart, it's down to mentality. Is it heart? It's time for that killer instinct. And there are absolutely no excuses. And yes, defensive issues have been there, and we've seen it throughout the season for Liverpool, and you can't get around that. But I just think at the end of the game, there come games like this one that can change your season. And certainly, I just have a feeling that it may have just killed Liverpool's season.
Well, I think the only thing they've really realistically got left to chase now is a top 4 spot to get back into the Champions League next season, and that won't be easy. Should we apportion any of the blame to Jurgen Klopp or to those involved in getting players in for not doing enough in January to protect that defence that you've been speaking about? Because it is fragile right now. Now, you might have to pay more to get the players that you want in January, because it's not that type of of market. It's a seller's market. But they need protection in front of that back four. There are players available. We saw Chelsea get the players that they wanted, although they had to spend more for it. Should Klopp and Liverpool have done more to ensure that you don't go into a Real Madrid game with a teenager, as he did, protecting the back four?
Well, I mean, it's hard to talk about it because it hasn't happened. Maybe they could or maybe they couldn't. But given what we have, you can still manage a little bit better. And I think that's the stubbornness because, we've talked about that DNA and philosophy of Jurgen Klopp. And it's very hard to change that. But I think great team and great coaches do that when they understand they have an issue. And again, I'll mention, defensively. Obviously, Joe Gomez had a hard game. Van Dijk wasn't at his best, obviously still coming back from injury. I could understand that it takes a little bit of time. How long are we going to be talking about Trent that he can only play when the system is right? I mean, what sort of a defender he is? I'm so sick and tired of listening to this excuse. If the midfield is proper, if the defense that's always playing high is at their best, but they're not. So what do we do? I mean, how long do we have to wait for Jurgen Klopp or Liverpool to kind of say, okay, we're obviously not the same team. So how do we manage in games like this one, which is massive, when we're leading 2-0, instead of going after, to maybe become a little bit more pragmatic, maybe to change things around a little bit, right? Andy Robertson, I mean, virtually nothing out of him, right? I mean, defensively struggle and something that we're used to in terms of going forward. I mean, I don't even know if he was on the pitch. He was that quiet, and that's so unusual. So I just think that you have to look for something within the team and fix that, and that goes down to Jurgen Klopp because.
Hello. Anybody home? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, good whatever time it is in your location. Are you guys all right? Maybe not. Thank you for stopping by. Just in case you are in the building, please don't forget to like, subscribe, share, all the good stuff, just one click away. The more you like, the more people will join us, and the more courage you're gonna give me to continue the show. So, we have tonight Leipzig against Manchester City and Inter against Porto. So I think we already have the lineup for the first game, Leipzig against Manchester City. For Leipzig, the coach is Marco Rose, of course. They have Blaswish, Orban, Forberg, Timo Werner, Klosterman, Slobzlai, I can't pronounce his name, and then Andre Silva, Hashtenberg, Schlager, Lema, and Gvadio. On the bench, I'm looking for Nkunku already. Yeah, Nkunku is there. Raum, Herricht, Camp, and Nikolch, Nyland. And for Manchester City, they have the coach is Pep Guardiola, of course. I'm gonna put it on the screen in a little while. Jurgen Klopp, Pep Guardiola? What I'm talking about? Pep Guardiola is the manager, of course, and they have Ortega as a goalkeeper. Oh wow, what happened to Edison? So Ortega in. Oh no, wait. No, that is subs. I don't know why this is jumping all over the place, but yeah, there we are. All right, Edison in goal. Ruben Diaz, Akanji, Walker, Ake, Gundogan, Rodri, Mahrez, Bernardo Silva, Grealish, and Haaland. So Ake is playing from the left-hand side of back four. Very, very interesting here. Let me double check if I have, if I can pull it on the screen. The lineups. Okay, thank you so much everybody for stopping by. If you can help me get 50 likes as soon as possible, and then we can go from there. Thank you. Let me see if I can manage to find the lineup for both teams. I was reading it from FIFA or from UEFA official website, but they haven't really posted on their Twitter account. But I know if we look at let me double check if we can find Manchester City. All right, so yeah, it's been there for 8 minutes already. The lineup for Manchester City, as you can tell, I managed to pull it on the screen. Ederson, Walker, Akanji, Diaz, Ake, Rodrigo, Gundogan, Bernardo Silva, Mahrez, Grealish, and Haaland. On the bench, Ortega, Carlson, Phillips, Alvarez, Gomez, Pirone, Foden. Wow, even Pirone, the guy that they bought in January, the kid that they bought from South America, right? Pirone. There's a chance now to play in the Champions League. Wow. Charles, Palmer, Lewis, and Robertson. They have a lot of academy product right now. They are promoting Manchester City, so it's always good to see youngsters given a chance. Okay. Can we now try to find RB Leipzig? In the Champions League, they are not called RB, just in case you didn't know. In the Champions League, they are called just Leipzig because they didn't want to put the, RB just mean Red Bull, right? So for commercial reasons, they didn't want to put RB. Just like Salzburg in the Champions League, they are called just Salzburg. But in the local league, they are called RB Salzburg or RB Leipzig. Okay, let's go. RB. Yeah, let me double check on this one. All right, so as you can tell here, their names are very, very difficult to pronounce. Blackwish. Sounds like you are saying Black Witch, but Blackwish. Orban. Forsberg. Werner. My own brother Timo Werner is there. Klostensman. Soboslai. Yeah, that's the name. Soboslai. Very difficult to pronounce. Soboslai. What is gone? It just disappeared on the screen. Yeah, here we are. So let me just click on the website here. Gvardiol also is a guy that Chelsea wanted to buy. They even offered like 90 million and was refused apparently. But now we don't need him anymore because Chelsea got a better one. Badiashile. Benoit Badiashile. Let's go City, Chelsea. Okay, all right. City can show me their Champions League though. Before we start talking here and we start banter, you have to show me something to start with. A trophy, European Cup, something. The special one said that flop. I know what you mean. Flop, Klopp, flop. Yeah, Jurgen Klopp bottled it yesterday, leading 2-0. Yeah, I mean, many people said in the chat that they were Liverpool were going to lose, but I didn't believe it. I said Liverpool to nick it at the end, like 2-1 or something, but they let me down. It's not like I was supporting them, but the way I saw it, they just came back from 2 back-to-back wins, and looks like they have the momentum. And Anfield Stadium also, I was like, man, this is going to be big. But it is what it is. Real Madrid always comes back. They always find a way to beat you, so it looks like it's going to happen the same way this season. Liverpool team played great the first 35 minutes. Okay. Real Madrid, unfortunately, my score. What? My score? They already scored, right? It could be though. It could be tough. All right. So today, the link is being provided over there. Probably I forgot to pin it. The link is there, like somewhere. All right, so let me go double check. Yeah, I can't wait to see Nkunku today, to be honest with you. Christopher Nkunku, the main guy himself, and see how he's going to perform against Manchester City. Nkunku today need to kunk them. Nkunku, kunk them. Yeah. Let's wait and see how Christopher Nkunku is going to destroy Manchester City. They are very strong. They have Haaland, but from the left-hand side, I think they can. Leipzig can target somebody like Ake because Joao Cancelo is not there. So they target somebody.
Badiashile is just LOL, you know? Every time. Without a doubt. Whenever he says Badiashile, it's just, it always gets to me. Every time.
Okay, so what is your theory here?
I find it very funny when you say Badiashile.
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard of this player, but
that's the way it's pronounced.
Correct. How are you feeling? How are you feeling about today's game?
Well, I don't really care because Chelsea are not even gonna. Chelsea are not winning a game for 2,000 years now. So why should I care about other people?
I'm so silly. I'm thinking Chelsea plays today. No.
Not Chelsea.
Today.
You don't
Man City.
Today. It's
and who's the other team?
Man City against RB Leipzig. And
Correct.
Inter against Porto.
Inter. Who do you got on that one?
On which one?
Inter and Porto.
Lukaku is playing for Inter, so he might miss 10 chances.
Yeah.
Lautaro Martinez also is the guy who almost
right
made Argentina lose the World Cup, but at the end he scored his penalty though.
Yes.
So he's part of the history.
I was so afraid, bro.
Inter are second, I think, in Serie A. I don't know if I'm wrong, but they are not really doing that good. They are in top 4, that's for sure. And Benfica, to be honest, Porto is not even Benfica. Porto, I don't really follow them that much this season, so I don't know how good or bad they are. So it's kind of 50-50 for me. I think it's going to be a draw, like 2-2.
Okay.
2-2 draw because I don't know them that much. I don't watch them often, only in the Champions League. And, or some highlight here and there. So I don't know. I don't really know.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Sorry, so today finally I'm gonna play some footy, man. I haven't played footy in a long time. Jeez. Okay. When's the last time you've been playing some footy, man?
Good.
Well, no, when's the last time you played?
I don't know. That was like 120 years ago.
Oh, you haven't played in a long time either. Interesting.
I have too much to do to do this. I have my people waiting for me to play FIFA with them, another one waiting for this to do this, and you have to be live on here, you have to work. It's a lot of stuff to do, man, to keep up with everything. So there are certain things that I feel like I'm too old for those things. You know what I mean? Like, you look at it, that's how you know that you are going to, you are getting old.
You're aging?
You are aging, and the time, like, it's over for you. When you start, that is not for me anymore. Can we go to such a party? Or, oh, no, I have to babysit, or I have to, do this. Or I have to take, I have to take somebody to somewhere. Oh, that's how you know that it's over,
Yes, you do that a lot because you're always like, all right, everyone, I have my people are waiting. I'm tired. Bye.
Yeah.
So let me see. They're showing the Porto lineup. I have no idea any of these people are besides Pepe and Diogo Costa. I have no idea who the people are. So I'm going for Inter. Tomorrow's game. What about tomorrow's game? I know that's tomorrow.
No, tomorrow is Europa League, probably. I don't know.
Correct.
Is tomorrow to Europa League? I don't even know because I don't watch Europa League that often.
Wow.
So it could be Europa League, or it could be nothing, or nothing at all.
No, it is tomorrow.
I don't know. It's
I'm
Thursday.
sorry. Yeah, it's so unlike the Champions League, tomorrow is the away games. I mean the second leg.
I don't know.
But no, it is confirmed.
The second leg between Barcelona and
yeah.
So that is going to be very tough for United because they have another final to play on Sunday probably for
get out of here.
Yeah, they have to play in the Carabao Cup final
with Newcastle.
So that is gonna be tough for them because they wanna win a trophy. I don't know if they have to choose between Europa League and win a trophy, make a statement. Yeah, it's gonna be tough for them. Many players might try to save themselves for the final, but when you do that and then you get even injured, even more, so it's gonna be tough for them.
Yeah, that's wow. That is tough because you also have they're doing pretty good in the league, so
yeah,
they're not too far, and hopefully Arsenal. I really don't want Arsenal to take it.
Yeah, it looks like nobody wanna take it though. City every time like Arsenal drop point and they are in a good position to go ahead, they're gonna bottle it. They drop point too, so
yeah,
looks like all the stars are aligned for Arsenal to go and win it. Yeah, because even Newcastle were doing good now. They got even they lost. I think the last game against Liverpool, and Liverpool in that poor form. I
was gonna ask you. Oh shoot, I forgot. I'm defrosting the food here. So with the Chelsea situation going on right now, right? The other day, you had a lot of traction here on the channel. I was happy for you. There was a lot of people calling in. I think it was the day of the game. That's why. You had a lot of people, bro. Victor Barr is just something else. What a great caller. This guy has so much passion for the club.
Yeah, that's the way it is. So what is your question?
So yesterday I was hearing that there's a report out there allegedly that the club is going to back Potter up no matter what. This is it. They're sticking with it. And I think Victor Ba made a great point where it was like, I think it was him. They said that they brought this guy, and whoever brought him, the higher ups, they want to look good and they don't want to make themselves look bad. They're going to be like, no, this guy's the one we chose. He's good. He's not leaving. I don't care.
Well, that is a good theory, but I don't think a billionaire is going to be afraid of making mistakes. You know, that's what they make. They made too many mistakes in the past. That's why they are in the position they are at. They're just being smart. They're just saying, now you sack him, we're not gonna get top 4 anymore. It's unlikely that we got the Champions League. What is the point? This guy have shown in the last years and the last management positions that he can take, average players, develop them and make them world class. I mean, they are thinking long term here. But for us fans, we're gonna make theories and narratives that will, fit us. So
I mean, that makes sense. Why get rid of him and then there's nothing? But then also Victor Bob made another great point where it was like, get rid of him now, bring in the good coach, and this way, this new coach could start, getting with the players, like these games, you could start, knowing each other from now. That way you don't have to wait in the summer. And then the first game of the league is like, all right, let's finally play together. No, might as well start now. So I think that's another great point.
But he also forgot that this one just came to the job. He's new too. He came, last year or whatever. And then after that, the World Cup, he didn't have anybody. And then he had 12 injured players from the first team. And then January comes and then you buy a bunch of players. So that is part of the process too. So anybody that we're going to buy, anybody that we're going to sign now as a manager is going to start or restart his project, his process somewhere. So why not continue with this guy probably until the end of the season, see if there is some kind of improvement, and that can build him a little bit and pre-season and see next season. And I'm not trying to back this guy here, okay? Graham Potter. I'm not a fan of his so far, but I might be fan in the future. I know I love youngsters. I love like no-name players. Like you discover somebody and you develop him to the next level. I love even the way like Ancelotti did with Vinicius Jr. and Rodrigo. They were good kids in Brazil. They came to Spain. They were all for the first season. Karim Benzema even was saying, you know what, don't pass him the ball. Do not pass the ball to Vinicius Jr. He's playing against us. Everybody remember that. He was awful, all over the place. Just that we see many Chelsea players for the last few years. Because there is no coaching. There is no a proper coach that would take time and tell them what to do. They've been changed out of position, switch here, and they just try to win now and not building a player for the future. Every game, different positions. So if you look at when Ancelotti went there and took over, all of a sudden Vinicius Jr. became in another level. He became so efficient. He's not like playing football for the heck of it. He means business, because at the end of the day you need to score, you need to assist. And then you see the guy growing and growing and growing. Okay. So the way I see how this Porter guy did with, even Caicedo, even, you know, McAllister, even everybody there, Lewis Dunk, some players that were either very awful somewhere else, rejected, or unknown from nowhere, and then they became world class, and you say, probably there is something here. So right now I'm just giving him the benefit of the doubt, and also the end of the day, I don't make decisions. If the owners decide to get rid of him today, and then let it be, I don't care. You know, I will support whoever is gonna be signed. So that's the way I see it.
Yeah. All right, brother. Well, I'm gonna start cooking. I don't want to make noise in the background.
Yeah, you are already making noise, but
correct. I don't want to make more. It's gonna be worse. But if you're still live, I'll call in.
Yeah, I'll be on and off the way I do it here because I still have my people, so I'm gonna have to go and check on them and do stuff. But I'll be here for probably a few hours, on and off. If you don't see me, that means I will write down and say, listen, I'll be back or something. But I'm still here. Thank you for calling.
All right, brother. Thank you.
All right, people. If you wanna call us, you can do the same as that gentleman there cooking. A real gentleman needs to cook for the family, right? So yeah, you can call us and have your say. Today is another night for the Champions League, and you can tell Leipzig against City and Inter against Porto. Interesting. I don't know. Let me search for the lineup for Inter and Porto because I've already shown the Manchester City one. Let's try to find Inter against Porto. I'm not gonna focus on this game, Inter Porto. I will focus on Manchester City Leipzig. All right, so you can see here the lineup for Inter is Andre Onana, Skriniar, Acerbi, Bastoni. Wow, they have a very good defense here. Darmian, Barella, Kanaloglu, Mkhitaryan. Oh wow, Mkhitaryan still play football. Remember him at Arsenal, Manchester United, Arsenal, stuff like that. DiMarco, Zeko, and Lautaro Martinez, who is the captain today, because the captain armband been taken off from Skriniar, who doesn't want to sign a contract and who is living on free to PSG. So Inter were like, you know what? You are not our captain anymore. I don't blame them. That's part of the game. So I don't see. Okay, so on the bench, wait. On the bench, we have Lukaku, Brozovic, Carboni, D'Ambrosio, Aslani, Belanova, Gosens, Vrij. Oh, De Vrij. Yeah, I know the guy from Holland. Gagliardini. Yeah, that's the name. Gagliardini. Dumfries. Corkers. Handanovic. And Suplentis. Wow, Lukaku, that tells you everything you want to know about this brother. They don't even trust him to start the game anymore. They are trusting somebody like Zeko, who is like 120 years old. Lukaku, man, I feel for the guy, but listen, man, he created his own problems with Chelsea fans, so do not blame me. If he didn't give that an interview, I was going to say, you know what, give him one more season instead of spending money again and going for somebody else. Bring Lukaku back, but Yeah, he completely burned bridges, road, everything. Yeah, so Lukaku, it's difficult. So let's go to Porto. Lukaku on the bench, and he's been on the bench forever now. That tells you that he's not in good form, you know. Number 90, Lukaku, and number 9, I think it's Edin Dzeko. Remember him? He played for Manchester City, went to Roma, and now he's playing for Inter. Evergreen, Mr. Okay, so why I can't find Porto here, huh? Porto lineup, I have hard time to find it, even though I don't know many people from Porto. Here we go, FC Porto. FC Porto. Okay, so I am going to try to read some names here because very difficult to pronounce some of the names here. Diogo Costa. This is not Diego Costa, this is Diogo Costa, who is the goalkeeper. He's been linked with Chelsea Football Club. Apparently, we've been scouting this boy. We've been scouting Mr. Diogo Costa, the goalkeeper. In the World Cup, he almost... I still remember when, I don't know, Kudus or somebody came from the back and took the ball from him and almost scored a golazo. Sorry guys, it's very cold here and still congested, but I said the heat is on, but still have some allergy and stuff. So okay, let's continue. Joao Mario, Pepe, Marsano, Zaidu, Grajic, Uribe, Otavio, and another Pepe, Galeno, and then Taremi. To be honest with you, I don't watch them a lot. I'm not gonna lie. The only time I watch like Porto and other Portuguese teams is in the Champions League or in the Europa League when I'm doing like watch-alongs. But I don't watch their league. Actually watched like a couple games recently in January because of Enzo Fernandez when he was heavily linked to Chelsea, and I wanted to see what kind of a player he is because the World Cup kind of, you know, was a short tournament and all of a sudden 120 million to Chelsea and stuff. So I wanted to see him. So I watched a couple games, not like entire games of Benfica, but I don't really watch the league often unless if there are some interest. But they are a very good team over there, Porto. I love them because you know what? Chelsea went there in their stadium, correct me if I'm wrong, and they went there to win the Champions League. So you have to love Porto, right? And they are a beautiful stadium. They wear blue, so Chelsea blue. So yeah, we kind of match, we connect together. So Porto are a very good team. I think Benfica hate Chelsea because of Enzo Fernandez situation. But listen, man, you got the money. You got, I don't know, 20, 100 times the money that you put on Enzo Fernandez. You got tons of money. And you can go back to South America and get probably 10 players and still have a lot of money left in your pocket. So that is the way it's gonna be. Tragic TV, what do you have to say, brother?
Hey, Ox, how you doing?
Good.
Okay.
You still enjoying? Yesterday I was expecting
Yeah.
to see you. I did another watch along for Liverpool against Real Madrid. I didn't see you.
So I was kind of busy between the game.
Mhm.
Like I had some classes to do.
Okay.
So I was kind of I was looking out for your stream. I joined once, like during the game, but I saw you were only accepting calls after the game and whatnot.
Oh yeah, because I had to watch the game actually with some people. So it was like halftime. I opened the phone, talked to people, and then went back to watch the game with people, and then came back because I didn't have anybody like to comment with me. So I was like, okay, let me just do that. So I left a comment on the screen, but it is what it is. What do you think about Real Madrid? Why they always do that?
Yeah, the thing is, like, even after the second goal consolidation, I was like, all right, we can still get this done. It's crazy, I kind of feel bad for oppositions of Real Madrid because you think you got him, like you would think you got him, but then all of a sudden they just find some way to get a result. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, 5-2, I wouldn't have predicted that. I thought we're just gonna get like a 3-2 win or a 2-2 draw. But
Yeah,
man,
I even
5-2.
say that Liverpool got momentum now, and they might even win like 2-1 or something. But man, both goalkeepers yesterday were like Karius. The Karius virus was just circulating there.
Yes, Karius's ghost was in Anfield. Yeah. Yeah. It's crazy. I've never seen that before in soccer or football, where two goalkeepers make consecutive mistakes. Yeah.
That's the way it is.
Yep.
We gifted you I mean, it looks like it's a Real Madrid thing. I still remember against PSG, Donnarumma, against Chelsea, Mendy. They always got some situations that you don't understand. Like, it looks like everybody is fans of Real Madrid. So okay, let me just give them a go, so they can win it, and we can start talking. So kind of.
You could say that. I mean, I would say to say that everyone is. I guess okay. In my opinion, there are as many Barca fans as Madrid fans. Just from the Ronaldo Messi era, it is.
Yeah. So Tragic is gone. I think he's talking to somebody on the phone. Come back, man. I'm still here. Don't worry. Don't rush anything. I'm still here. I'll be here for hours. So still have time.
I was kicked for some reason. I was kicked from the StreamYard.
All right.
Yeah, as I was saying, both teams have kind of accumulated the same amount of fans. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, they're popular. It's gonna. Yeah, a lot of young men all over the world. Messi, Ronaldo, you have to support Barcelona or Real Madrid. So,
yep. Mm-hmm.
But that's the way it is, and it's gonna take time for them to create that again. Maybe Mbappe.
Oh man.
Mbappe.
No, I don't think even Mbappe or Haaland or whoever can replace the Messi Ronaldo era. It'll take
because they in their age, Ronaldo and Messi already started the war already. Messi was like 21, Ronaldo was like 23, and then the fight already started.
Yeah, exactly.
By now, I think Messi already had, like, by 24, he already had probably a couple of Ballon d'Ors. So
he won the first in like 2008 or something. I think
I don't even
2009.
know the date, but I'm just guessing here. Like, I'm just comparing him to the Mbappe's age. Like, in Mbappe's age, he already had like 2 Ballon d'Or because they were just switching.
Yeah.
The first one was Ronaldo when he was at Manchester United, and then the next year, I think the year after that it was Messi, and then the other year it was Ronaldo, and then the war started from there.
Exactly.
When they were like 21, 23, 24, they already got Ballon d'Or, so it's gonna be a nightmare, almost impossible for. And Messi probably is gonna win it this season because of the World Cup, so he's gonna win it.
Yeah,
and that means no Ballon d'Or for the young generation, still the old generation.
Yeah.
So they have to wait next year and try, and you have to be good. And if Messi, we don't know where he's gonna be, go back to Barcelona, and Barcelona, let's say they are, they reach their prime and everybody performing and they do good, and Ronaldo is not there. Do you think that even if Ronaldo score 100 goals in the league over there and win Asian Champions League or something, do you think he's gonna be considered again in the Ballon d'Or?
No, but to be honest, I can't really judge his longevity. He could decide to move back to Europe and pull something off, but as long as he's in the Saudi league, I don't think he'll win the Ballon d'Or. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, so let me just remind you here, Leipzig, they have Andre Silva, Werner, Forsberg, Soboslai, Schlager, Lehmer, Halsberg, Gvardiol, Orban, Klostesman, and on the bench they have the killer himself, Mr. Nkunku, one of us, one of Chelsea. Next season is going to be interesting. No Champions League for Chelsea. It's going to be very, very interesting. Who's going to win this game between Leipzig and City?
Well, I wish Leipzig win it, obviously, but you can't really count Leipzig out. But so I'll go with either 2-1 Leipzig or 3-1 City. That's my prediction.
Yeah, I also want to see Leipzig do good because of Timo Werner, also Nkunku, and Pep Guardiola made a huge mistake by selling Joao Cancelo. Now they are struggling from the left-hand side. Ake, suspect, but I think Leipzig can get the job done at home. Let's wait and see what's going to happen.
Yep. Yeah.
All right, people, if you wanna join me, you can click on the link. The game is gonna start in 30 minutes. I think I'm gonna do the same thing, which is go watch the game with other people in the other room and come back at halftime. But you're gonna have everything on the screen, comment and everything. So and come back also at halftime, and then after the game. So I'll be on and off. I'm here for people to call. I want people to call. If people don't call, and then what a point. So Werner against Erling Haaland today is gonna be interesting to see.
Yeah.
What is going to happen?
Yeah.
All right, 28 minutes to go until the kickoff. What do you think is gonna win tomorrow between Barcelona and Manchester United?
Glory, glory, Man United.
It was a draw in the first half in Barcelona. So the problem Manchester United got now is they have another final on Sunday for the Carabao Cup at Wembley.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they're gonna try to save some players for the cup final, or they're gonna go all for it and beat Barcelona and qualify. It's a tough one. I think it's a very, very tough one.
The thing is, I think as much as Man United would like to win a cup finally after all these years, I think beating Barcelona finally would be more of an accomplishment. Because
so?
From what I've seen, United fans have some vitriol versus Barcelona, and they have some unfinished business with them. So yeah, like beating Barcelona finally after all these years would be, and of course qualify for the next round in the Europa League. That would be an accomplishment. But yeah.
A cup is a cup. This is gonna boost their morale. Like some people, the Carabao Cup, people call it like the Mickey Mouse Cup. Only when we don't win it. When you win it, it's a cup. When you don't win it, it's a Mickey Mouse Cup.
Yeah, like Liverpool fans were calling it a Mickey Mouse Cup, but once they actually got it, they're like quadruple.
Yeah, they even they have a parade. They had a parade, open top bus to celebrate Mickey Mouse Cup that they won on penalties.
Yeah, exactly, on penalties. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, and they were celebrating or whatever in Liverpool on Monday before the Madrid game, like setting off fireworks or something.
I think they were too sure that they were going to win the Champions League.
Yeah.
So they planned everything in advance. And many people said really Liverpool were, on top there. Real Madrid got there by luck, blah, 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 blah. But what happened?
Yeah, chances. When you get your chances, you finish your chances, you go through. Yeah, I mean, you could say that Liverpool had a cakewalk in the Champions League. I mean, if you compare Madrid's and Liverpool's, their line to the final, I mean, it's incomparable.
Yeah, and Klopp last season he said that book your hotel, okay? Book your flight ticket to Istanbul because we're gonna be back next season. And this season they can't even get through the round of 16.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to be fair to them, they got us, which is we're not an easy draw in the round of 16. Yeah. So, yeah, Klopp just needs to get rid of that ego and, just get stuff done without predicting stuff and, saying, oh yeah, book your hotel for Istanbul.
Yep.
Just get the stuff done. Get it done. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Klopp need to retire. Need to take a break. 7 years in the same club. I think his message is not going through anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. And yeah, people don't really understand how hard it is to be a manager, especially in the Premier League. Tactics, all this, thinking.
Yeah.
Thinking about tactics, communicating with the players and all that stuff. It's pretty hard.
It's hard.
Yeah.
To motivate people every single year. To push them to win. It's not an easy task.
Nope. Yeah.
Okay, people, you can call us if you want because I'm here for the people. Still, oh wow, goal. Let me see. Well, it is the countdown. All right, so still 22 minutes to go until the kickoff. And I will go watch the game and come back at halftime. Open the phone again. I'll be on and off because I don't have a lot of engagement right now. So, So if you are on social media, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Green Turf over there, let's follow each other. And yeah, it is what it is. So Enzo Fernandez and Joao Felix in training today, smiling, enjoying their time and all the good stuff, but we have to see it on the pitch. Sunday we have to play Tottenham Hotspurs, another London derby. And that is not going to be an easy task for the almighty Blues, because Tottenham are going to try to beat them. The recovery session today at Cobham Training Center, we see that people are taking the gym seriously now. You know, I've been telling them to stop showing us these training sessions and gym sessions, because on the pitch they do nothing. What's the point?
Well, it's funny, you know. I want my club to show us training footage, but I guess that wouldn't work because the gym is dilapidated.
Oh yeah, that's why Ronaldo quit, right?
Yeah,
Ronaldo said the gym is like from 1968 or something.
Yeah. Yeah, no gym footage. Every other Premier League team uploads gym footage, but we don't.
Yeah, I think they're gonna, when the new owner comes, it's gonna be a completely different story.
Yeah.
When the new owner comes, it's gonna be new training ground, new stadium, new everything, new gym. And it's gonna be happy days. Money, money, money. And let's see if you're gonna call it all money, because the way really United, Liverpool, Arsenal, all those, the way they look like they are perfect people online. Oh my goodness. Chelsea oil money, Russian money, blah blah blah. What oil money means, they don't even tell you. Why oil money is dirty? Tell us why. If you have oranges in your country and you sell oranges, there is nothing wrong with that. If I have oil in my country and I sell oil, where the problem is? So it became more of a banter, oil money, without really knowing what even oil money means and why it's supposed to be a sin. It just copy-paste narrative. Now that you guys are getting the same oil money, even more, let's see what it's gonna be. Because I saw even Mark Goldbridge and other big names started already jumping the ship and say, yeah, you see, I said it. I said about all money city, but, you know, as a fan, you know, I'm jealous. I want the money as a fan. I want my club to... Okay. Everything that you said, you guys said about all money cities and Chelsea, and all of a sudden you try to find a way to make your, your oil. Oh, everybody is doing it at the end of the day. The UK government, friend with whatever governments. Why should I care? You see, you are going to always change the narrative depending if has something to do with your club. If it's benefit your club, the narrative is going to change for sure. So what is your opinion about the money that you are getting now? You are getting bought by state. I don't want to hear that is a private company, because Qatar, I have small country, they can't even have, they're just looking like 85% of the population over there are from other countries, because they don't even have people. They don't even have territory, but they have a lot of oil. Everything is there. Every company has something to do with the royal family, has something to do with the state. But on paper, they might make somebody there to say, oh, this is his money. Okay. But it's going to be controlled by the state of Qatar. Tell us really how you feel.
Okay, so let me just play devil's advocate really quick. I think most people, when they talk about oil money, they are, and first of all, I'm not including Chelsea, but I'm really including like City, PSG, whatnot. I guess Newcastle these days. It's when a club hasn't won anything before being bought out by that company or whatever. Then all of a sudden they start winning trophies. I think that's when people talk about oil money. It's not when, I guess, a team already won something before being bought out, then they got bought out and they were helped for some reason. But I guess Chelsea were winning Premier League titles before they got bought out by by Abramovic.
Even Europa League, even Super Cup, UEFA Super Cup, stuff like that. We were regular also in the Champions League spot here and there. So kind of. But we are in the same bag though. Oil money. Now that you guys are part of the equation, what is going to be your narrative now? It's not oil money anymore? You don't hate money anymore?
Well, see, that's the thing. Okay, I guess my perception of oil money is not really what the public, public agree on. So what the public agree on is that any club bought out by some Middle Eastern country or business program is then now oil money. When what I think is, if, for example, a club doesn't really have a history, and then all of a sudden they get a bunch of money to make big, massive signings out of nowhere, then that's when I kind of draw the line, in my opinion. Like, for example, at PSG and Man City. For me, those are the biggest culprits. But, I mean, for us, I guess, we've been using oil money as well, not going to lie. We've been making a lot of big signings throughout the decades. So, you could, technically, you could put us a part of oil money. But if you want to talk about history and all of a sudden making big signings, then I guess we're not a part of that section, but it depends on what you think of it.
All right, Mr. Miles.
Hey guys,
you are very far. Can you get closer to your mic?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, still like you are in the cave somewhere.
Oh, really?
And you are and you are you are afraid of talking, like somebody is just like chasing you and you are in the basement and you're like, hey guys, listen.
I don't know if that's the case, but can you hear me?
Is somebody chasing you, brother?
Maybe because I'm not at home. I'm at
home. You are in the car or at work?
Yeah, so
I see. Yeah, I can hear you very, very low, but let's go for it.
Let me support the brother. Yeah, so I'm not sure I was following what you guys were saying. I read something that
we were talking about oil money. What is your definition of oil money?
To me, oil money, it's not definite. It doesn't have to come from the Middle East. If you're invested, you can be You can be a Microsoft founder. You have shares in an oil company. You're still, and you buy Chelsea. You're still using oil money. Probably the Chelsea new owners. Maybe they're using oil money. Who knows? It's an investment firm. It's an investment company. So who knows? Clearly capital. Maybe they have investors who are in the oil industry. So it's oil money. I don't agree with the perception that oil money is bad money. It's just oil. We all use oil for one thing or another. So it's oil money. I just wanted to mention, I read a report that that if the Qatari guys who are bidding for Manchester United, that if they take over, they will not be spending huge because they are mindful of financial fair play. So, and I thought that's all BS.
Do you think that they want to spend money? Why? Because of the financial fair play. But when you buy a company, you are allowed to invest money, and they know that the owner just pay for all the debt, and they are building a new stadium. There are loopholes behind the financial fair plays that can allow you to invest heavily in the first 3 years, and I don't think they're gonna be shying away from spending money.
Exactly, and I'm looking at that. I'm saying, at the back of my mind, is this article trying to refer to the likes of Chelsea? If they are afraid, they don't want to go over. They don't want to have trouble with financial fair play. I was just thinking, well, if any team has violated financial fair play so far, and it has been,
we're on the red. We're still in the red right now, but it's not in 1 year. What people don't understand is in the cycle of 3 years, and like I said, you can get exemption also from the financial fair play given the circumstances, like the C-19 virus or a new company. Because Chelsea is a new company now, new owners, you can get a lot of exemption. There are so many things that people don't tell you. It's all black or white. Okay, financial fair play. You spent a lot of money. That's it. People forget even to say it's in the period of 3 years, and in 3 years you can still balance books. And when you buy a new company, you are allowed to even. Here in America, you are allowed even to make losses, and you can claim those losses for a few years at the beginning of your small company. Because a company, when you buy a company, it's not every company that you're gonna make money immediately. The cost of building a company is a lot. So people don't give us those details because people really don't want to hear about details. Nowadays, it's about black or white. You spent money, that means you broke the rules, and that means you are cheating, and that means. But there are so many details into the stuff that people don't want to hear even.
Especially when it comes to Chelsea.
Yeah, especially when it comes to Chelsea. Listen, Mr. Miles, I can hear you, but really far away. So
I might have to switch off and then.
Yeah, you have to disconnect yourself and come back. Probably it's gonna fix the problem immediately.
Okay.
Hopefully nobody is chasing you right now at the basement. But
some vampire or
some
something.
vampire. And lately I've been watching some shows about those kind of aliens and vampires. So I'm like, this is true. Like some like a true stories, right? Of like people went hiking and then disappear out of the blue,
Yeah.
Like two people, and then you look back and you don't see your friend and he's gone.
Yeah, exactly.
Stories like that, and you don't know who took them. So I hope that Mr. Miles is not in trouble by the vampire.
Yes.
By zombies following him somewhere. Yeah. 7 minutes to go, people, and the players are coming out now, doing the normal stuff, greeting and stuff. So the game is about to start. So I'm still here for 7 or 8, let's say 10 more minutes. Everything is gonna be there though on the screen. I'll go watch the game in another room, in the living room with people. Come back at halftime, and then take more calls. That's the way it's gonna be here. All right. Let me see. Okay, so people, Tottenham Hotspurs against Chelsea is gonna be another game not to lose, but every must-win game so far Chelsea been losing. So, what is the point? What is the point? Romelu Lukaku, I can't even believe this guy can't even get in the starting 11. Strange.
Yeah, he should have just stayed with Inter.
He shouldn't be coming to Chelsea.
Place. Well, I guess when he went to Chelsea, all went downhill. Everything went downhill.
He caused some of the. He's part of the problems. Not only Chelsea felt him, but he also.
No. Yeah, I know. I concur with you. I'm saying, the whole thing kind of failed from both sides, I guess. Yeah, no, I'm just saying, for both parties, him staying at Inter probably was a better idea. Since
money talks, my brother.
Yeah.
Money talks. Chelsea came with a lot of money. Bam. When you see your salary, triple salary from what you were getting there. At Inter, he was about, 100K a week or something. You come to Chelsea, more than 300K a week. Your agent is going to push you to go, Agent is getting a very good commission. Your bank account is going crazy. And instead of zipping it, he came and started talking. Those kind of stuff you talk about them after your career,
Yeah, exactly.
After your career, you're gonna be like, man, the second time I went to Chelsea was such and such, it was this and that. You make a book and you make even more money. But you still, working for that team. You don't say those kind of stuff. Even if you,
Yeah.
Even if you don't like them, you have to hide it because it's business at the end of the day. So, all right, people, 5 minutes to go or less than 5 minutes until the start, till the kickoff. So, feel free to join us. And Mr. Multifunctional, nice to see you in the building. And are you gonna watch even the games with people, or you just doing something else? Tragic.
Oh, you're talking to me? Yeah, I'm just gonna watch it by myself probably. Yeah.
How's Virginia?
It's pretty good. It's getting warmer. It was pretty cold.
Compared to where you're coming from, where you are in paradise, always hot, and now. Did you Did you like enjoy the snow? Like, oh my goodness, look at the snow.
You know, you're gonna be surprised. It hasn't snowed yet.
Oh, okay.
It hasn't snowed
Since
in
you've been
Virginia yet. Yeah. Actually, my dad told me that it hasn't snowed yet this winter. Like this.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Yeah, crazy. Yes, it's cold, but I can't get the. I can't get the leisure of having snow. Like if it's gonna be cold, at least give me some snow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need some baptism of fire, man. You need a very snowy day, cold, ugly outside. Roads are blocked, and you are blocked in the traffic for 2 hours. That's how you know you made it.
Yeah. Yep. Does it snow in Kentucky?
Yeah, a lot of snow. Not now because it's getting warmer, but we still have some. If you look at like the weather, we still have at least a few more like very, very heavy one coming before we say goodbye and start, you know. That's the new. But yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. This winter been crazy.
Yeah.
All right, let me refresh my stream because it's 1 minute to go. And my people, I will be back like in 45 minutes. But you're going to have everything on the screen as per usual. Very good comment from nice people. So I hope even if you are at work, you're not missing anything. You just put your earphone on and then you're going to imagine what is happening, listening to what is happening. But it is what it is. Tragic. If you have time, you can come at halftime or at the end of the show. But if you don't have time, and then I will see you probably tomorrow. If I have time, I might do the Manchester United Barcelona one. And let's see how it goes. All right, my brother. Sure. Thank you for helping.
Okay, brother. No problem.
All right. Thank you. Goodbye. Anyways, people, get around. Get around, and let me just make sure that my stream is working pretty good. If you are in the US, it's on Paramount Plus, right? If you are looking from your internet online service, but if that, you can see it on CBS Sports if you have your television cable, or somewhere else, Univision or something else, I don't know, but it is what it is, my people. I don't know why he's always asking me for my password. This is illegal. Always ask for password. All right, let's go to the stadium and see what is happening.
There's half an appeal for a foul in the penalty area on Barella, not given, and Porto are scampering away down the left-hand side with Galeno. That's a useful little ball forward to the run of Pepe, the Brazilian forward player. Bastoni's across to make a challenge, and quite a fast start, Daniele.
Quick starts from both. We saw a typical Inter pattern of play from one wing back to the other one, with a good cross from Darmian and the shot from Di Marco on the volley blocked. But on the other side, Porto have shown to be threatening, especially on the left-hand side, with Galeno taking on Darmian and sending a ball towards Pepe.
90 seconds on the watch then. This is UEFA Champions League Match Day Live. Welcome along. Inter against Porto tonight, and also the details from Leipzig against Manchester City as they happen. Here come Inter down the right-hand side, the near side as we look. The giant familiar figure of Edin Dzeko holding it up, taking a blow, going to the ground, but not getting the whistle from the Serbian official, Mr. Jovanovic. And so Dzeko is back to his feet and chasing the left-back Sanusi, who clears into the centre circle, but it's Inter ball once again. And the muscled figure of Skriniar at the back will take charge of it. And the tempo, for the first time, slows. And it gives us a chance to discuss the kind of match that we're expecting to see, because both these sides have a big opportunity tonight. They are both in form. Inter have only lost one in the last 13, and Porto unbeaten in 22 games. It's some run. They won the League Cup in Portugal in that process. But with opportunity sometimes comes anxiety and a nervousness. The stakes are certainly higher. Cherby's been fouled there inside his own half. Inter have got a free kick. Daniele.
Porto, we're going to be organised. They've been organised all the Champions League long. It is a side that likes to press very high, but at the same time is very good at keeping the possession with a lot of rotations of the players. Whereas Inter, I think they're still going to use the weapon of patience. They know they're going to have the ball. They'll try to control the ball, especially in the opposition half. Now for Inter, against a side that are going to press them quite high, as we're seeing, it's very important to have a clean exit of the ball from the defense, especially with Onana, who's very good with his feet, but also with Bastoni, that is now in possession.
Onana, the former Ajax goalkeeper, who was part of that side that reached the semi-finals, 2018-19 that was, under the now Manchester United manager Erik ten Hag. Porto putting the pressure on here, down this near side, the left, the Inter right-back position, and Porto have won it. Getting on the ball there is Sanusi, and going to ground was Otavio, but the decision's gone Inter's way. They've got to throw it down this near side. Simone Inzaghi's already out of his technical area. He's in smart black padded jacket over black trousers, and he is pointing to where the ball should be delivered as Darmian takes the throw on this near side and then tries to whack it downfield, whacks it right against the arm of Galeno there, and will get a free kick for handball, which Inter have taken pretty smartly. 4 minutes gone, no goals, no chances yet, nothing for either goalkeeper to do. But Andre Onana, as Daniele Fisichella alongside me says, he's going to see plenty of the ball, and he's quite happy to see the ball, though. As I say that, he's passed it straight out of play on the far side for a Porto throw-in.
But we already see, Richard, from the beginning, there are 5 or 6 players of Porto quite happy to press high, interchanging the position. Sometimes is Galeno going to press the higher with Pepe slotting in behind and making life for Inter particularly difficult in their own half.
Inter scything through the Porto press to get to the halfway line this time, where Lautaro Martinez with that yellow armband on the left arm, short-sleeved shirt for him, and Inter elect to go all the way back to Onana once again. We are 5 minutes in. Inter play their first knockout match against Portuguese opponents since they played Porto in 2005, when Inter knocked out the then defending champions thanks to a hat-trick from Adriano. You might remember him. Forceful, shaven-headed striker of yesteryear. Here's Skriniar at the back for Inter in the nerazzurri colours that we are so familiar with and have been throughout the history of this competition. They won it twice in the 60s. Here comes Bastoni with a long ball up towards Martinez. Well won in the air by Marcano. He's been around as well. Pepe, the more experienced of the two central defenders for Porto, but Marcano's got plenty of top-level football under his belt as well. And now it will go back to their goalkeeper, all in pink, Diogo Costa, away to our right-hand side. The rhythm of the fans is gentle for the time being, and the football has slowed down after that frenetic opening couple of minutes. Longo Porto comfortably taken down on the chest by Skriniar. Here is Barella on the near side wearing black gloves, but he elects to go backwards as well. And Inter are, as you're saying, very much biding their time here, Daniele.
There is a lack of space, especially centrally, from both sides, because they both press high at the moment. So it's really about moving the ball and try to find in the space. For Inter is the usual pattern that we saw from Onana to one of the centre-backs, then one of the wing-backs switches play as he does at the moment, Darmian, but is suddenly met by a Porto defender. Very
nicely played by Darmian forward to Lautaro and then up to Barella, but his ball to Dzeko was not the best. Diogo Costa was forced to make a very hasty clearance. The ball was played back to him first time, and he did get rid of it well, actually, under pressure. And now Porto will get a free kick in their left-back position for a nudge by Darmian. But that was the first promising moment for Inzaghi's men, goalless after 7 minutes.
OK, let's go to Germany, Leipzig City, Dan Roebuck. Only exchanges here and nothing to report, not an attempt at goal just yet. Manchester City, as you would imagine, having more of the ball, but not necessarily in advanced areas. Some good footwork from Jack Grealish a few moments ago, nearly created an opportunity for City, but so far no opportunities for either side. Here is Gundogan inside the penalty area though, and the cross is charged down by Gvardiol. It's back out to Walker. 7 minutes in, and it's Leipzig 0, Manchester City 0.
Porto just putting a little bit, finding themselves under a little bit of pressure from Inter as they played out from the back. We've seen Porto trying to press Inter in their own half, but the tactical arrangements of both sides don't seem dissimilar at the moment. Onana, I would hesitate to say he was forced into a mistake, but what's that, second time? Maybe?
Second time, yes.
He's played it out of play with uncharacteristic inaccuracy.
He's very good with his feet, by the way, we have to say, Onana, but it's quite uncharacteristic. But yes, Inter have been forced back quite a lot. At the moment, the pairings is quite clear. Acerbi, Ontaremi, and Çalhanoğlu is marked man-on-man by Ottavio.
Yeah, so you can see how they're attempting to stop Inter playing out with any comfort. What of Porto's formation? We were speculating beforehand about 4-4-2 or 4-3-3. We haven't seen them with the ball a great deal yet. It's been mostly about their defensive shape as Sanusi goes with a long throw into the Inter box. Inter battling for the initial header, get it half away. It comes off Barella on this near side and is then thumped up towards the halfway line where Martinez is sniffing around, although outnumbered. And the referee's going to stop play because the initial aerial challenge in the penalty area left a player down. But who was it in there? Is it Çalhanoğlu who's taken the blow?
I think it's Çalhanoğlu, hurt by, by friend fire, we can say, because it was Dzeko
banged into him
with his elbows. 8 minutes played, Richard. I don't think we've seen the ball on the left-hand side of the Inter attack once. The teams are a little bit loop-sided, playing a lot on the right, where Darmian tries to push his Galeno out of his position for Zaidu to come close to him and then try to find the space. But obviously, Inter have got an awful lot of quality on the left-hand side with Di Marco, who's already given 3 assists this season. So they need to try to exploit that part of the pitch too.
Yeah, Federico Di Marco was a product of the Inter youth system, wasn't he? But he didn't really break through at that time, has come back to the club. And is he having his best season in Serie A to date?
Absolutely, absolutely. He's the replacement for Ivan Perisic, who Inter let it go to Spurs, and his present felt Federico Di Marco, born and bred in Milano, Inter fan, and of course wearing the number 32 of Inter.
He is on the far side with the bleach blonde hair and red boots. We'll see maybe a little more of him as this match progresses. 0-0 in the 11th minute. Here is Di Marco over on that far side, combining with Bastoni to get it back to Acerbi, using Onana again as the extra member of the defensive line to pass out to this near side. They've come all the way down the right to Dzeko, who's under pressure but trying to see off the challenge of Grujic in the centre. Grujic did just enough to delay the onward pass because Inter had moved it very effectively up.
There's a bit of space centre of the City box, doesn't feed it, doesn't get fed towards him. It's Bernardo Silva who's twisted and turning. Every time he gets the ball, he's definitely the trigger press as Mahrez 25 yards out. Wants to swing that ball around, but City just can't find a way to break through. There's a lot of space here for Riyad Mahrez. Excellent ball for Bernardo Silva into the penalty box. Uses a bit of strength. Walker's there to pick it up. Haaland, I don't think Haaland's had a touch so far tonight. Doesn't need many to make an influence. It's with Mahrez, 35 yards out. Now to Diaz, and Diaz will go back to Akanji to the right of him in the City defence. It's now with Bernardo Silva. Back to Akanji. Manchester City, as expected, controlling all the ball hit in Leipzig. It's something that they are accustomed to under Pep Guardiola. And this game last year produced 12 goals in the 2 fixtures. These two met in the group stages last season. Just a reminder that Man City were beaten here 2-1 by Leipzig, and they failed to score in each of their last 3 knockout stage Champions League matches. Red Bull, and they've lost those 3 games as well. So balance here. It's a poised game as Walker goes around Hasselberg, puts the cross in, it's deflected, and that will be a corner. He's asking Grealish to get to the far post, but Walker, who said he felt the performance on Saturday was unacceptable, can't go to the Emirates and beat Arsenal and then drop points against Nottingham Forest. His manager disagreed with it, Pep Guardiola, and said these things happen. Played a really, really good game. Manchester City created a lot of opportunities, but he couldn't find the back of the net after conceding that Chris Wood equaliser late on. It is a corner that Riyad Mahrez will take. It's going to be left-footed. A few balloons have been thrown at the Algerian. We're on our way to Istanbul is the banner behind the goal. The goal that City are attacking. It's whipped in, headed in, and it's comfortable for Leipzig in the Red Bull goal. A bright lime kick from the Red Bull goalkeeper. The header was met well by Ruben Diaz, but they have enough power to go past the goalkeeper. 0-0. And it's with Shalaka and Gardevo. Blasvish. Back to Gardevo, who scoops a lovely ball to Forsberg. Forsberg now down the left side, feeds it to Timo Werner. Werner now to Forsberg, over the halfway line. Red Bull go. They switch this to the right side. They've got a lot of players available. Andre Silva is available in the middle of the box. They slip it towards him. Silva's up, but he can't make the connection with the header. And he did it like he was offside again, and it wouldn't have counted if the Portuguese striker could have found a way. Former Milan striker causing early havoc here. Just needs to watch his line there. It's a simple ball once again. You can see where the defenders are. It's an easy decision for the linesman at the far side to make the decision. But another warning shot for Manchester City. That Leipzig do have a threat in this game. They do have a threat in this competition. When you remove the away goal rule, it does mean that Leipzig they just want to stay in the game. They don't want to lose the game. With the lack of threat of the away goal, they're in a better way. Nil with City down the left. And Gundogan's just clipped a little bit. Guardiola's got off his seat. He's walked into his technical area. I don't think he's happy for what he's seen in the opening 15 minutes or so. Haven't been their best, have they, City, in terms of penetrating opportunities. It's with Mahrez though, 35 yards away from the penalty box. He gets brought down. It's now with Lema. Lema tries to spread the ball to Werner on the left side. Timo Werner, of course, didn't have the best time with Chelsea against Manchester City, as Grealish is absolutely bundled down, driving himself, and it's Gardeval who's been penalised for it. Grealish been free flowing, low socks going into the middle. In fact, it was Shalaga who came in and pushed him down. It's a cracking position for Manchester City. An adventurous position, an advantageous position in regards to this free kick. It's round about right on the D, left of centre. Gundogan and Riyad Mahrez are looking at it now. Will they be able to produce the goods here? Manchester City. So Gundogan and Mahrez step away from the ball. It's left of the D, 5 yards out. It is a chance for Manchester City to at least put something on target and test Blaswish and goal. It's going to be the left foot of Riyad Mahrez and hits straight into the wall. It's a poor free kick from the Algerian. Walker back to Mahrez. Infield now to Rodri. Rodri now to Gundogan. Okay. So you want to keep that ball moving. It's with Grealish. It's pass and move. Mokaro's the Red Bull Leipzig manages up also into his technical area, telling his players to step up. Of course, they are the pressing kings. Red Bull Leipzig as Walker set free by Bernardo Silva. It's a low cross that Haaland wants to run on to get to. Mahrez cuts it out. Great Tanashi for Mahrez. It's a shot comes in from Rodri rather than letting it go. The Riyad Mahrez on his left foot. Rodri steps in, has a shot, and it's blasted over. Stays at 0-0 here. City just starting to turn on the heat a little bit more. Orban for Leipzig. Goes down that right side. This is really good play here from Sobol. Vernon, once again, Andre Silva's offside, and it's the third time within inside 20 minutes that your striker has been called offside, which is not ideal. And we have a replay, and he's clear as day. Once again, he can see the line, but that's... Oh, Guardiola's put the thumbs up. He's happy about that. He feels it's good defending. Well, I guess it is. We play the offside trap. It's working at the moment. Akanji into Rodri. Silva. And Walker to the right of him, and he's fed that back. Now to Akanji. Akanji to Nathan Ake. In full to Gundogan. Gundogan. Got a bit of players around him. It's left of Akanji. It's Ruben Diaz now. Back to his goalkeeper in Edison. Glad that you can join us tonight for this audio commentary. You've been able to listen to the previous nights of the Champions League last 16 first day, a cracker last night with Liverpool versus Real Madrid 5-2. Bernardo to Ruben Diaz. Bernardo Silva now picks it up. He wants to drive at this Red Bull team. Instead he shippers it to the left side to Rodri. Continues that momentum to the ball to the left side. Feeds it to Grealish with the purple boots. It's up against Costaman. Rodri still finds it. They're going to go down the right now. Akanji. Walker creates the angle. Mahrez comes to help. Leipzig are doing well on the deep block there. Not many gaps for Manchester City to expose. There was a little one there where Mahrez went for a run, but he was ignored by Ruben Diaz down the right side channel. And here's Akanji with the ball. Ake. Rodri. Bernardo Silva. A lot of touches. So Gundogan's playing. I think it's like 2-10s. It feels like 2-10s where Rodri sits. Silva can just go and find a way. Riyad Mahrez also can find a way to get the ball with Grealish staying very high left, and as the ball goes towards him again, Ruben Diaz decides he may want to go down the right, and he does. He lost this to Bernardo Silva. He's peeled away to his right side. So Mahrez is pushed forward. It's a number of 4 players. It's with Mahrez, the gloves. Back to Akanji. A lot of possession not enough action. You would say for a Manchester City supporter, over 20 minutes, and they've not really caused such any problems. NJ. And Diaz to Ake. Kanje. Left-footed drive towards Walker. Walker had Mahrez there, but it's blocked by Zabag, and it's now with Grealish. He's had the ball spreaded towards him. He's up against Costa. Goes in field, looking to evade a few challenges down that right side. Leipzig are defending on the halfway line. Akanji looking for Walker. Mahrez does get the give and go to Walker. No, he's once again, have to say, 11 players behind the ball for Leipzig. They're defending superbly in this game. Silva. "25 yards out. Here is Walker. Red boots into Rodri. Okay, down this left, 35 yards out. Red Bull 0, Manchester City 0 here in the last 60 of the Champions League. Still desperate for some quality, desperate to see a moment. Desperate for Haaland to get the ball through the first half, and he's not had a touch of the ball yet. Erling Haaland. Walker into Mahrez, down the right side. Gundogan's ahead of him, Mahrez. Feeds this forward to Rodri. Rodri's got a few players behind it for the first time. City progress down this left side now with Grealish. He's got two on him. Back to Ake. First time across, looking towards Mahrez. Headed away by Leipzig. Leipzig have a chance to feed this to Werner. Ball's poor. Kanje steps in. This is all still in Leipzig's half. Can't get out at the moment. It's all Manchester City. Mahrez. Back to Walker. 35 yards out. Haaland probing in the box. It's a good 1-2 from Gundogan. Sideline looking towards Walker. Byline cross blocked. Can't feed it to Haaland. It was a well-timed move from Manchester City. Nil on the other game between Inter and Porto de San Siro. The goals have been shy this evening in the Champions League. Diaz into the centre circle, pokes that to Rodri. Under press by three Leipzig players. At the moment it's Forsberg who's the highest Leipzig player. Rodri in towards Bernardo Silva. It's now in Manchester City's half. And walking pace here, Diaz. There's lots of control from the Premier League champions, as we'd expect in this early stage. 25 minutes gone. Akanji into Walker. Forward to Rodri. Great atmosphere coming in, building from the Red Bull Arena. Here is Riyad Mahrez. He's been put offside. He said speed it up. That's the signal he's put so far. And as a commentator, it's not my job to say if the game's boring or not. It's my job to make it exciting and tell you what's going on. But I have to be honest with you tonight, there's not much. Manchester City have played a pedestrian type of game. I'll continue to tune in on the mere fact that it can only get better than it has been. 26 minutes in. It's with Orban for Red Bull Leipzig. Vardavel now. Switches this now to Rosenberg. Goes infield. Rare time we've seen the white shirt have the ball tonight. Still with the back line. It's actually with Vlasic now. Into Gardeval, the centre back. Croatian. Fantastic World Cup. And it's been given away. Mira Mahrez here, through on goal. Mahrez! City punished Leipzig. And I told you could get better. And if you're a Man City fan, it just has. Red Bull Leipzig 0, Riyad Mahrez 1. City punished the sloppiness. You just cannot do that against the Premier League champions. Red Bull Leipzig 0, Manchester City 1. And it's a loose ball from Schlager, given to the goalkeeper. Gundogan's back heel through Gardeval, and Mahrez finds the bottom corner, and he finds it in style. They needed a break. The Premier League champions, they got it in that mistake from Schlager. But Riyad Mahrez on that left foot, he's never going to miss. And Pep Guardiola's team have the lead. Marco Rose must be sitting there, the Leipzig boss, and would be just thinking, don't make your mistakes, you make them earn their goal, make them earn their lead. It's a gift. It's had to be taken from Mahrez, and it was 3 goals and 7 for the Algeria. Now it's on this right side. It's Werner who wants to backheel it to Forsberg. There was a chance there. City aren't leaving the space. It's Walker, he's an absolute athlete. Puts the ball forward. There we go. There's a touch for Erling Haaland tonight in the Champions League. As he gets involved. It got a bit deep for that ball. But it's the perfect case scenario for Manchester City. Trying to just navigate their way through this tie. Still a surprise, they let João Cancelo go. Manchester City to Bayern Munich on loan. They have the best relationship with Pep Guardiola after not playing a few games. Looking like they're missing him at the moment in this game. Gundogan runs into a bit of trouble, and once again Leipzig gift the ball away. It's with Kyle Walker now. He's won the ball on the halfway line. He's 5 yards from the penalty box. He's that rapid. Kyle Walker elects not to shoot where the angle was. He wanted to reverse it down the left side. There's a lot of hands in their heads, or heads in their hands. Really, the Manchester City players, but they have that momentum, they have that excitement at the moment, and the City fans are enjoying their time in the Red Bull Arena. Wait for this set piece. Half an hour gone. It's going to be coming from the near side. It's going to be left footed via Riyad Mahrez. Away to the far post. Diaz! Oh, it's just gone Alexander wide. It was Rodri in the end. Haaland and Diaz were there for any sort of a tap-in. Excellent corner. Once again, City hitting the far post. Rodri heading it back. Oh, it needed a touch. Haaland didn't anticipate it on the far side. So close from a second for Manchester City. I have to say, the Man City fans are used to such success there. No one was too shocked to it wide or too disappointed in that clip we have seen from the supporters in the lofty heights here in the Red Bull Arena. From Leipzig point of view, it is about getting themselves back into this game and imposing themselves. It's something that hasn't been done yet. Had a few offside calls. Need to get Andre Silva involved. They've launched this down the right side. Ake's been put under a bit of pressure. Where's he going to turn Ake? Good work from Leipzig. It will be a throw into City and under their own penalty spot. Good work coming in from Klosterman. 1-0 Manchester City lead. They still wait to take the throw in. Guardiola looks on, and competition that means so much for him. He hasn't won it since leaving Barcelona. And twice as the Barcelona manager, both times against Manchester United. Once in Rome in 2009, Messi jumping in between Vidic and Ferdinand, and then once again in Wembley 2011 with Messi magic. It was Pedro, Messi and Villa that night at Wembley. Since then, he's only been to one final, Pep Guardiola, and that was against Chelsea. Could never do it with Bayern. Lost to Barcelona, Real Madrid and Atletico Madrid in 3 semi-finals. In fact, he lost 6 semi-finals alone in this competition. He's always gone further than the quarter-finals before losing to Monaco one year. It's been a real heartbreaking affair, the relationship Guardiola has with the Champions League, and so does Manchester City. It is the competition they want so dearly, so dearly, and with a few big hitters meeting so far under the last 16, PSG against Bayern Munich, and of course Liverpool against Real Madrid. It may be a thing where this draw may have opened up for them. Grealish is down, a bit of pain at the moment, he's in a bit of treatment, so you're not missing anything here. Live on Flash Score as we get a replay of Riyad Mahrez's goal. It's a good assist by Gundogan, a clever assist after the ball's threaded through by Grealish. Was helped along by Gundogan. And a slight knock there by Grealish. A bit of blood. Guardiola isn't much of a conversation with Mahrez. So dedicated there. Guardiola signed a new contract. He's out in 2 years. After the extension, was running out in the summer. He signed a 2-year extension. Guardiola set with Hosberg now down this left side up against Mahrez. Ball to Shalag. Beiderbart. Shalag up on the other side. Walker evades it, and then it will be innocent with the ball. Wearing black tights, also alongside, blue tights alongside the blue shorts. Really kitted out Edison. He's rolled this ball out and fed Walker, who's giving it back to Akanji, and he's gone back to his goalkeeper. In fact, he's with Edison now with his feet. Pushes it to Diaz. Okay, under one, and nice give and go there. Grealish comes for Rodri. So do press, and they press well. They've won the ball back in City's half. In fact, it's now in the back line for Leipzig. And listen to Manchester United, Barcelona, Europa League tomorrow with me on live on Flash Score. We'll be ready for that game. 7:55, 2-2 to score in aggregate. And we want to miss it after the excellent first leg from the Camp Nou. Old Trafford will be a atmosphere to savour. It's another defensive mistake. He gives Mahrez the ball in Leipzig's penalty box, but they've now moved it away from there. They're going up the field and they've pumped back, looking towards Silva. Can't get there to Edison. Kanje to Werner. Silva flips in there. Header Shalaga. He's not having the best first half, the midfielder for Leipzig. It's 20 Champions League goals for Riyad Mahrez that finish. 16 have been with Manchester City. Of course, he had scored 4 goals for Leicester and they qualified for the competition. NJ Silva. Goes in field now to Bernardo Silva, who's bundled down. Referee is up moved. In fact, Silva's back on his feet. He's giving it to Grealish. Right foot centre, the penalty box. Grealish over the bar. It was from a similar position he scored last week at the Emirates from great tenacity and determination from Bernardo Silva. Slipped on the ground in the penalty box, got up to win the ball back. Laid it up and teed it off to Grealish, who picked it up, rolled a few yards on his right foot but he couldn't find it on target. And it's no surprise that Guardiola, watching on, has his hands on top of his head as Red Bull now move forward. And it's cut out and intercepted by Diaz. Well, no attempts from Red Bull, all on target. 6 attempts, 2 on target. Manchester City are in 5-4 and in full dominance at the moment in this fixture. And I think Marco Rose just want to get back into half time with this deficit intact. 2-0 would make the night a difficult one. Diaz. Edison. Kanji. That's launched to Haaland. This is not what we see of Haaland in a City shirt, being able to run out of defensive. Team sitting so deep there, he lost the ball. He's won a throw into his side. He will let Riyad Mahrez take it. It's good defender there from Orbach. Becoming tight. Haaland with the bright number 9 on the back of his shirt with the yellow trimmings. It's the colour pattern on the back of the Manchester City shirt. It's Walker flying into Mahrez. Walker looks to the heavens because the ball's given away and he's got to come back and defend. He does really well, Walker. He sticks a leg out and wins it back for his side. The eventual clearance goes all the way back to Blaswich in the Red Bull goal, who is able to spread that right footed looking towards Ruben Diaz. Poor clearance from the goalkeeper because he just gives the ball back to Manchester City. It's with Gundogan, the captain, in field of Red Bull. Over the halfway line he goes. Ake. Grealish is there. Haaland just probing edge of the box here. It's Jack Grealish up against Orban. Ake's for support. So is Riyad Mahrez. He goes back to Gundogan. 25 yards out from the penalty box. City in control and in the lead via Riyad Mahrez's goal. Akanji. Bernardo Silva. Twisting and turning away to Gundogan. Right in front of the technical area where the team managers are situated and where the fourth official is just watching the game tonight. It's Mahrez. It's got Walker to the right of it. They're on the right side with the black gloves. Mahrez checks this back to Akanji. Don't know about you, but I don't know how many City passes I've just caught in this sequence. Can they find a way to go? It's Grealish running to the box and it ends with a corner, and no surprise that Pep Guardiola's clapping his hands because it was City player, City pass after City pass, player after more. We wait. For this corner to be taken down the left side. It's headed over once again. Why Rodri? He's like a moth to a flame with his ball. When it comes to the Manchester City corners, Mahrez finding Rodri. Well done right to Orbach. As we have 5 minutes left for this game. Goes in field to Gardot. Harvard spreads this to left side. Looking for Hansberg. He's going to pump this towards Andrew. So there's just no one there for Leipzig. We tried to kept in. It has been kept on. Well, it has fed its way to Ake. It's a real worry for Leipzig, how they have to correct, because they don't, they're going to be in trouble in this time. City heavy favourites, of course, due to the last 2 years in this competition, of course, being the champions also of the Premier League. It's Ruben Diaz who finds it to Gardot, who finds himself down this left side. Him and Grealish were just swapped momentarily. in the middle. Leipzig 0, Manchester City 1. Akanji to Diaz. Diaz now has a play it back to Ederson. Ederson's low driven ball into the air, looking towards Mahrez. Second ball's picked up by Silva, who wants to go back to Akanji, who does. Grealish. Oh, brilliant from Grealish, and he's brought down. That may be a yellow card, and it is. Oh, just the talker to Klosterman. And Spider-Man gets the ball through his legs, and it was Klosterman who took down Grealish. No card, still cardless. It's not goalless. Mahrez goal. Akanji. To Ruben Diaz. Fires back to his goalkeeper. In Ederson. Haaland goes up for the ball that was delivered towards him via his goalkeeper. And it didn't reach him. It's with Gundogan now over the halfway line for Manchester City, who will say this is a fine performance so far for them. It's how they played, the way they moved. Walker. And Akanji simply just passing the balls to each other in the bottom quadrant of their half. Even Diaz. And now the tempo just slows down in City's passing. It's picked up a little bit. It's Grealish. Pokes us forward to Gundogan, who's crossed nearly bottoms out for a corner, but it's kicked in. And thankfully for Leipzig with Blaswich and he still has the ball, the goalkeeper. 1-0 Manchester City lead. That was a nice run from Gundogan there. Just feeding it through. It's with Werner. It's ball's pinched off him by Rodri. Here is Walker for Manchester City. He's brought down quite easily by Andre Silva. It's definitely a striker's challenge that Walker beat him so clearly. And then just grabs it off. Leipzig 0, Manchester City 1. Can they pull themselves back because they've won the ball? Leipzig, we're in the final minute of this half. Can they have an attempt at least? And as soon as I say they lose the ball, in fact, it's Lema who can't control from the Werner ball. And it's been able to trickle its way back to Ederson. And Marco Rose is shaking his head. Some of the supporters in the crowd are eating a burger. Some are shaking their head, some are drinking. Some drinks. At the moment, I think at half time, the oranges will be out for Red Bull Leipzig, but I think there'll be a lot of words being spoken about their performance at home. It's been non-existent. For City, I think it would be quite simple. Try and go for the kill and go for more goals to take to Manchester. These guys meet in a few weeks' times. What? Back to Orbat.
Hello. Okay, so halftime, people. 1-0 to Manchester City. And it's Mahrez again. That was just like a gift, though. The goal was kind of a gift. Sloppy passing. And when you give a Manchester City an opportunity like that, they're gonna punish you. So I don't blame them. You take your chances and you score goals. That's the way it is. So I'm gonna be here for 15 minutes, people, and then we're gonna watch together the second half and come back after the game. So I'll be on and off, but the link is there always for people if you wanna call us. Feel free to do so. And in the meantime, I will ask you to help me get a few more likes. If we can, you can give me 50 likes for now, and then we can move from there. It's just 1 second of your life. So thank you so much appreciated. Anyways, let me jump on social and see if there are some statistics going on between the two teams. Oh, let's see. Gvardiol is trending. I don't know why. Josko Gvardiol is trending. Because of some mistakes that he made. Okay, so I see the banter here. People are celebrating signing Badiashile instead of Gvardiol. Yeah, he's not entirely responsible for the goal, but people are gonna blame him also. Gvardiol. Yeah, so Josko Gvardiol, apparently people are blaming him for the goal. I'm not gonna blame entirely on him, but the entire defense was kind of shambolic. So this is the reason why his name is trending. And remember when he got destroyed by Leo Messi, and everybody wanted to kill him. All right, so Gvardiol mistake led to the goal, apparently. And let's go and check on other trending topic. Nkunku is trending, but Nkunku is not even on the pitch, so I'm not gonna check on that. Guardiola is trending. Why Guardiola is trending on social, my people? Tell me why. Why Mr. Guardiola is trending. Let me put this on the side. Let me go here. So if you want to call us, you can click on the link that you see there. I'll be here for 15 more minutes. And then I will leave with you with comment and come back after the game. Just to see if somebody want to call or want to comment or something. So halftime, RB Leipzig 0, Manchester City 1. And it's Mahrez. Mahrez of all people. So I was checking on the trending topic. Gvardiol, Nkunku is trending. It's people asking for Nkunku to be brought in because they need a goal or what? Okay, let me see. Nkunku is trending, but I think 23 games, 17 goals for Nkunku this season. But remember that a long period of time he's been out injured, so that could be even more good statistics if he didn't get injured. So yeah, I'm just checking on some trending topics, my friends. Let's go to the details here if we see anything. Inter against Porto is 0-0, nothing really to say. Statman Dev here is talking about Skriniar. And Skriniar is going to be a PSG player next summer. He already signed a pre-contract with them. And he's not a captain anymore because he doesn't want to sign a contract and he's going to leave on free. And Inter, I don't know. Probably they made a mistake by not selling him. But can you blame them? I don't think so. So 94% pass accuracy from Mr. Skriniar here. 37 touches, 32 passes completed. 2 out of 3 long ball completed. 1 clearance. Working hard at the back according to Statman Dev. PSG are going to have a hell of a defender. Yes, Tragic, what is your report? What game did you watch?
Yeah, I was watching the City Leipzig game.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty good. That Riyad Mahrez goal was pretty nice. Yeah.
I think Leipzig kind of were sloppy at times.
Yeah.
Sloppy in the defense, sloppy. The passes are not really accurate. They try to.
That's true,
yeah. That goal came from another sloppy playing from the back.
Yeah.
You can't compete with City when it comes to playing from the back. They are the kings of that.
Yeah.
So the ball was intercepted and bam, bam, bam. Few passes and it was a goal. So when you play with the fire, that's what you got.
Yep, that's true. Yeah, you can't do sloppy passes in the defensive end when you play against City because they'll make you pay. Yeah, but they had a few chances to score. Leipzig, they had a few chances, but yeah, they didn't capitalize.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Timo Werner is there, and in the second half we must see Christopher Nkunku. So that is going to be very, very interesting to see.
Yeah.
For Inter against the Porto game, I was reading some statistics from Skriniar. Now this is Diogo Costa, which is the goalkeeper, and I heard that Chelsea are going for him because he can play from the back and he's a very good shot stopper. He's kind of a combo. It's kind of Mendy and Kepa combined in one. I'm not gonna say exactly that, but that's what people have been saying. So he had 74% pass accuracy. That is unheard of because if it was a Mendy, he was going to pass it to Benzema 100% of the time. 23 touches, 5 long ball completed, 2 shot faced, 2 saved. One out of 1 ground duel won. 1 save from close range. 1 save from close range. Yeah, he's really immense. I think next summer it's gonna be interesting. Many big clubs. Well, Porto are big clubs, but all the top clubs are gonna try to get him. So Chelsea are gonna be in the conversation and looking for a goalkeeper next summer.
So are you guys gonna sell Mendy?
Well, he doesn't want to sign a contract because he wants apparently the same money as as a keeper, which I understand because they do the same job, and he won the Champions League and other trophies. So even if you become average, you deserve the same kind of money, in my opinion. And Chelsea are thinking about getting, because the problem we have at Chelsea is we have one-dimensional goalkeepers. We have Kepa, who can play with the ball. He's not like a very good passing goalkeeper like Ederson or Alisson, but he can at least play with his feet. But when it comes to shot stopping or, long range shots, top bins, top corners, just because of his size, he's a very short guy with short arms, and most of the time he dives the right way, but it goes at the back of the net because he couldn't reach because of his size. So we have him, and people are talking, oh, he's a ball player. I'm not convinced about his ball playing abilities, because I've seen really goalkeepers who can, like this Diogo here. I'm reading the statistics, and you see like long range completed, like the ball goes to destination. But just because you pass the ball to somebody who is close to you doesn't make you, a ball playing goalkeeper. When you have somebody like Ederson or Alisson, literally you have an extra defender there. You have an extra midfielder, because they can pin the ball accurately to somebody in front. So you start the attack immediately. But let's give it to him. He can play with his feet. But other stuff, not really convincing. He is a very good also shot stopper, but not in the level of other goalkeepers. And Mendy, who is horrible with his feet, and we force him to play from the back, which is just like a crime. Instead of like using his strength and allow him to pass the ball probably with his hand or just kick it long, we force him to play from the back, and that's why you got those mistakes from Mendy against Benzema or against other players. Against Leeds United, try to play from the back or try to dribble, and he panicked even before even touching the ball with his feet. He panicked already. So one-dimensional from Mendy and one-dimensional from Kepa. Now you need the mixture. You need people who can do pretty much both. You can be a good shot stopper, and you can also play from the back, good with your feet. And Mendy is very good commanding in the box. I'm not worried at all when it comes to corners and free kicks, but Kepa, when he's there, man, he get bullied because everybody is taller than him. And everybody's like pushing him around. He doesn't come off his line. He's really scared, and you can see panic every time we concede a free kick. So if we can have one goalkeeper who can do the Kepa and can do the Mendy, and then we have a very good one. Slonina Gaga is very good, but still young, 19 years old. I don't know if the club don't trust him, but I will give him a chance. But it looks like Chelsea really wanna go for a new goalkeeper. So Mendy is gonna go if he doesn't sign a contract, I think. Yeah, he still has 1 year, but if he doesn't want to sign, and then we're gonna have to sell him and get some money. So people, the game is about to start. Feel free to come for a few minutes that I'm still here. I am going to be watching the game again with my people and come back here at the end of the show, the end of the game, so I can take calls if there are any. Or I can just close and conclude the show and say goodbye. So that is what is going to happen. All right. Let's see. I still believe that it's gonna be a draw, or Leipzig to nick it like 2-1 or something.
Okay. Yeah, with Nkunku on the field, they could nick it. Yeah.
They are making a change now, but it's not Nkunku for sure. Somebody else.
Yeah.
Nkunku is not much fit, like 90 minutes yet, I think. They might bring him on like for 20 minutes or 15, something like that.
No, he's a super sub still.
He's not a super sub, he's a super starter. He's just coming from an injury.
Okay, I got it. Yeah.
Like he starts every single game for sure.
Yeah.
You remember that he didn't even play the World Cup because of that injury. It was Camavinga.
That's true, yeah.
Right? It was one of your boys. Camavinga in the training with friends, like he put a very bad tackle. He had a surgery after that.
Camavinga is the one that tackled him. Oh wow.
Yeah. Camavinga got tackled him in the French camp, in the training. Yeah, he was abused. Every time that a black guy do something, even against a black guy, he's gonna get a lot of abuses online because
that's true. Yeah,
that's what people are waiting for. He was really, really abused. It took even Nkunku to come out and say, you know what, it's happened. It's football. Like, leave him alone.
Yeah, of course. He's a young guy. He makes mistakes. Camavinga's still making mistakes. That's fine because he's young. I mean, he's only like a few months older than me.
Yeah, it's not even being young or being old. It's happened. You train how you play.
Yeah.
Tackles can fly in trainings, and people got injured in trainings. I've seen even back in the day, Makelele used to play for Chelsea, and he put a tackle on Ashley Cole. Training just before the Champions League final. And then, boom, Ashley Cole was taken off immediately. It was fortunate that he got some spray and some medication, and he played the Champions League final. But just to tell you that it happened. In training, you don't mean to go and like injure somebody, but you put in tackles just the way you would do in a normal game.
Yeah.
But anyways, the game just started, and I have to go and watch the game, and we will be back at the end of the game. All right, bro?
Yeah, I probably won't join.
Yeah,
that's why I joined now to talk to you.
Maybe next time, tomorrow, for the United game if I have time.
Okay, sure, sounds good.
All right, bye. Okay, my people, so the game just restarted. Let's go back to the stadium.
Cardwell. With Orban. And they're back to Blaswich. Now to Hendricks down this right side to see what he can bring into the game. And spread it to the left side for the hosts. Lovely work here. Werner's there. Here is Timo Werner heading into the box. He tries to put a low cross in. It will come out. It will be a throw. And just checks it back. Werner. Cardiff to Orban. Blaswich. Blaswich back to Gardewalt. And in field to Lima. Back to Shilaga. Back in field. Lima wants it. Better for Red Bull. They've had more of possession. You'd feel they're more of a rhythm than they had in the first half in the second period. As it's in the forward. All back. Gardewalt. And that's just simply just arrowed out of play. And it's poor from Gardewalt, the Croatian centre back. Expected a bit better. It's a long throw towards Haaland, who's running with the ball, and it's good defending from Leipzig. Goes in field now to Schlager. Back to Gardewalt. To Henriks. Back here to Varel. Gondwan soldering it away. He's into the box, Gondwan. He's got a couple players to aim for. One of his Mahrez! And it doesn't find the net. It's blocked. I think on the goal line. I'm not sure if it was his own player or even a Red Bull player or what part of the body stopped Riyad Mahrez getting his second of the evening. But 50 minutes in and it's still Red Bull 0. Manchester City wants excellent defending from Ake. He poked it forward to Gondwan. Found the perfect ball to Mahrez on his left foot. It was blocked by the legs of a Leipzig defender. There wouldn't be any handballs and it wouldn't be any Manchester City players getting away. Walker. We'll take this, throw it into Mahrez. So be a free kick to Manchester City just in Leipzig's half. Back to from Bernardo Silva. It's with Ruben Diaz. Ake in field to Underwood. Pumped up. And it's gathered by Edison. And it will be a goal kick that will be taken by Manchester City. Orban's ball was very loose in the Red Bull defence. It's a mighty kick. Head on to Haaland. Great touch from Mahrez. Heads into the penalty box. Just edges out by Orban. Back now to Bernardo Silva. Walker's run into the box. He doesn't feed it to Walker. Bernardo Silva. He puts it back on his right. Has a low cross which is blocked. And it then falls to Ozerberg. Red Bull 0. Manchester City 1. Hendricks on his right side. Oh, trying to feed that to Forsberg, but he couldn't. He's a Leipzig throw-in. Does get the ball to Lima in the middle. And Lima runs into Ruben Diaz. Great work from Hendricks to win it via the Lima. Ball itself, Forsberg. There's a couple plays in the box. Hendricks is up and his head is over. And it's a side to goal for Red Bull Leipzig. And it came from the initial ball being won by Lima on this left side. Hendricks onto Forsberg. Found it onto the left side. And the fullback who's come on off the bench in the half time. And he said it was always going to be difficult. Had to go under it. It was he met it high in the air. And it would have been a difficult header to convert. This is a very good spell for Red Bull Leipzig. They're controlling possession and they're also creating opportunities. Just need to test Edison a bit more. Trying to get Werner and Andre Silva on the ball. Knowing that Nkunku will probably have around about 30 minutes in the bank. Here's Blaswish onto Orbach. Back to Blasic. Going to Shilaga. Back to Hendricks. It's with Forsberg. Infield to Timo Werner. Hazelberg now. Lots of room and Walker's there to just cut the ball out. Whatever Rosa said at half time seems to be working for Leipzig. Can he find that killer blow? Hendricks is 3 here on the right side. It's a really good chance and he's put it wide. The best chance of the night for the home team comes from the substitute once again, and that one really should be in the bottom corner. He has all the space on the right side of Manchester City's penalty box, unrushing in, set up well. And he puts it past Edison. And Edison's right hand post stays Red Bull Leipzig 0, Manchester City 1. Well, this one's warming up for sure. Very much sure. They've come out with a bit more intent in the second half. Hendricks first on the header. Now that right footed snapshot. Manchester City have started to show that vulnerability that we've seen in recent weeks in the Premier League. Started to feed to here in the first 10 minutes of the second half. They need control and need possession in this game. Mahrez infield to Bernardo Silva. Silva just to wiggle his way through a couple players. It's into Werner. Now infield to Lima. Lima runs this on to Werner. Great strength from Werner. They've got another couple players on the right side. Edison's got to push that away. Werner kept it in. Didn't have enough pace in it to find the fine side. But like I said, we're definitely back on top in this game. And it's Edison that needs to be busy in the Manchester City goal. Stays 1-0 to the Premier League champions. Werner breaking the offside trap. Pushing the Kanji. And Edison had to get there. Had to use his hands. Had to push it back and harder low and to parry it down. Carrabao's team know that they can turn it around. They can get goals against Manchester City. Proved that last year here in the group stages. They're in a fine run, 1 defeat in 18 in all competitions. Red Bull, their best run heading into this competition. 4 straight wins. It wasn't a bit at all order, but they're playing well at the moment. And they push themselves level. Ake for Manchester City. Gundogan. It's a better game for it with Leipzig pressing, causing Manchester City problems with City's vulnerability at the back. And it's a bit of a mix-up from the home team, which gives the ball to Grealish on the right side. Grealish gives the ball away very cheaply. In fact, so Andre Silva, he runs into trouble and it's back with Manchester City. It's with Kyle Walker darted down his right side. He feeds him Mahrez, who's maybe a bit too close towards him. sometimes you feel City missed that dynamism and pace and acceleration and directness they used to have with wingers such as Leroy Sané and Raheem Sterling. Still find ways to construct good moves. Mahrez on the right, pressed against Werner. He goes in field. Here's Ake to Jack Grealish. Grealish back to Gundogan. Lofts it back, still with Grealish. It's teed up for Rodri. Grealish into Ake. Rodri. Diaz. Attack in their half. Manchester City. It's with Bernardo Silva. And Diaz plays back to the goalkeeper. Half an hour to go in this game. With the ball finding a way back into it. Rodri. Diaz. Ake. To Mahrez. Here's Gundogan. Oh, Haaland made the run. He just needed the ball to be poked through for him to be through. But it's the City way to use the width to keep moving, keep pushing the ball. Diaz. Akanji. Walker. To Akanji, and here's Diaz. Once again, unsettled back four for Manchester City. Don't know who's in the play. Who do have injuries there in that department, to be fair to them. In Stones and Laporte being ill. Of course, Kevin De Bruyne is also ill. 479 passes being completed to Leipzig, 226. And it's a ball that's lofted to the left side from Timo Werner. Pushes Walker. It's going to be a real good foot race between these two teams with the ball. Two players rather. Quick. Can dribble so well, Walker and Werner. Ball still with Leipzig. Andre Silva back to Werner. Werner. Ball's work into Lema. Here's Hendricks, who's had the best opportunities of the second half. Leads back to Lema. That ball was very, very weak from the captain. It's cut out by Jack Grealish. And Grealish has ran into a lot of trouble. Salabach now to Silva for Red Bull. Schlager. Silva back to Forsberg. Also sporting gloves tonight. The white kit against City's red in Leipzig. It's with Hendricks. He fires the ball in. It's like a dangerous one, but it can't seem to find a white shirt. Does go to the far side though. Recycled in and headed back out by Diaz. It's with Gundogan. Feed it to Haaland. He's got time to try and run. He's just fallen down. It's a chance here for City. It's 2-on-2. Gundogan nearly to feed Haaland, who looks away. Doesn't look away in frustration. It's with Werner now. 25 yards out. Cannot stress how much of a better game this is in the second half. Leipzig living a bit dangerously, and by doing so, Manchester City having that threat on the break just increases the chances of action and excitement that may have been lacking through City's control in the first half. Silva to Orban. It's a ball that spread it to the right side. Looking to Hendricks, trying to go around Grealish. Grealish doing a lot of defensive work. He plays back to Ederson, who deals with it well, left-footed, launches that back. It's with Gardeval though for Leipzig. Oh, it's a gorgeous ball Feeds it to Silva. Silva's on a half turn in the box. Oh, he go past Akanji. Silva, can he find a goal? It's a good save from Ederson. Poked it straight at it. Excellent work from Andre Silva. Sold Akanji a dream. But Ederson denied him an equaliser, denied Red Bull. But they've had 2 glorious chances. And the question now going through Andre Silva's mind will simply be, why did I not tee it up to a white shirt when I was in the 6-yard box? Red Bull Leipzig 0, Manchester City 1. It remains another chance for the home team, who are having a very, very good second half. Stays 1-0. What a ball that is, by the way, by Gardner. Left footed, carved it right on the plate for Silva. Silva had to do the hard work to chop and change and to go past Akanji, and boy, when he did, he had the shooting chance. Well done for Ederson. He does get a lot of criticism for his shot stop it. On that occasion, he stood strong and did his job. Still all of the ball, still with Red Bull. Idol trying to play one of those balls again. Werner. Back to Guardo. Midfield to Orban. Orban. Oh, there's a lot of space here for Forsberg. He's peeked it away from Ruben Diaz. He's got it to the right side here for Hendricks. There's a couple plays in the middle. It's blocked by Ake. It will be a throw on. And Manchester City are playing a bit dangerously here. Halfway through this second half. And they've been a shadow of themselves from the first. The amount of time you think, where will Marco Rose introduce Nkunku, and as soon as I say that, he has been ready and stripped. The man that is heading to West London to play for Chelsea in the summer. He's ready to come on and join this. He sets it up to be a very intriguing last 25 minutes or so. And live on Flash Scores, Ederson hammers this forward. It's flicked on. Now, Guardiola's demanding a bit more from his players on the touchline. He's not impressed at all. Ottawa. Onto Hosselberg. Launches long to Silva. Akanji has to stick this out and concede the throw it. Alongside the penalty box. City's back four looks very disjointed at the moment from what we're seeing, and there is the change, and it's Forsberg coming off, and the introduction to Christopher Nkunku. One of the most sort of forwards in world football. Christopher Nkunku missed the World Cup, was part of Didier Deschamps' squad, and had to pull out before the tournament started. Todd Bowley, the new owner of Chelsea, wanted Nkunku so badly. Red Bull said, listen, you can grab him in the summer. You want to pay the money, and Chelsea just did that. Still haven't seen much of Haaland in this game so far. Red Bull 0, Manchester City 1. It's with Blaswich and the Red Bull goal. So Carabao fires us forward, looking towards Andre Silva, and it's gathered by Ederson. Won it back. Down the left for Nkunku. Lovely turn by Werner. Oh, some lovely football from Leipzig. Can they find a way towards goal? And it's an excellent tackle from Ruben Diaz. It may have even been Carl Walker. We'll get a confirmation just to deny Silva from going through. Wonderful. Wonderful play firstly from Leipzig to carve and push open Manchester City once again. They've done that numerous times in the second half. And if they keep doing that, they might get their just rewards. Marco Rose is leading on the on the board. Here's Nkunku. He's come off the left and he's given the ball away. Here's Grealish. City look dangerous on the break. Gundogan back to Grealish. Mahrez available on the right side. Grealish ignores him. He feeds it to Haaland. Haaland shows his pace, but he doesn't show his quality in his finesse and in his finishing, because the shot just trickles wide and it stays Red Bull Leipzig 0, Man City 1. Excellent threaded ball from Grealish. You maybe felt he could have played it to Mahrez, and honestly, you just don't see it enough in a City shirt. The pace, the sheer pace of Erling Haaland there. He was always going to beat the defender. It was about could he find the net or not. At that point, it was a straight shootout, and thankfully for Red Bull, it found its way away. It was a scruffy finish from Haaland, something that we're not accustomed to seeing, especially in the Champions League. Silva has the ball though for Leipzig. Plays it 1-2. It's so dangerous. It's Schwartz. Back to Hendricks on his left foot. Infield now to Lema. Lema back now to this right side for where Shabalsa wants it. It's a carved ball and Cuckoo's there. Walker has to head out. All the communication, all at sea. City frustrated. 22 minutes to go. Corner to Leipzig. Kuku's coming in from that left side into the centre. This has to be on the money. Any bodies in the box. Carabao Cup taken short. Put it around it. A right-footed ball and it's pushed out superbly once again. It's an excellent save from Edison. Manchester City have to thank their goalkeeper, who has made 3 smart saves in the attack. The onslaught from Leipzig continues to come forward, and they have the goal! Finally, I'm not sure if this will count. It will, and it's the captain, and it's what they deserve. They've been on top throughout the second half, and Orban heads past Edison in goal, and Pep Guardiola's Manchester City are pegged back in the Red Bull Arena. It's Red Bull Leipzig 1, Manchester City 1. They quickly do the corner from the left side, pumped in. Orban's right there, and it's actually flicked in by Carabao. Carabao has the ball, launches himself through above Ake and Ruben Diaz. Excellent ball that was floated. No complaints. I don't know what the complaints are for Manchester City. It's stronger, it's more, and the goal's been coming because Manchester City have been poor. And how quickly it can change in football. Erling Haaland running up to get his chance at goal. Nearly getting a second for City moments later. It's his second goal in 5 games, just so cool. I talk about players that are sort of in world football. He is a sort of left back, centre back. An excellent one as well. We know how good he is defensively. City have just not been the same. It's a classic case of a game of 2 halves. City was so dominant in the first period. And just at the end of that first half, we saw Red Bull have that warded strike with Timo Werner, but that's all they produced. It flattered them. Even having one attempt at having a goal on target, it flattered them completely. It's all Red Bull now as they launch the ball forward. Look at Nkunku wins the header. Did Walker really need to head that ball back? He's on the ball at the moment, Kyle Walker, and he's been pressed and pressed by Timo Werner. Excellent work, and Marco Rose is emanated, and with that goal, punches the air. The Leipzig manager, well, I think they'll be looking to try and get a second, because they've been that dominant. They may not have a better opportunity in the tie to be on top. Edison hushes the ball to Ake. Ruben Diaz. Kanje. Diaz. To Ake. Can City find there Vavavoom and zoom their way back into this tie. It's Mahrez over the halfway line. Walker's to the right of it. Riyad Mahrez running and accelerating. Feeds this to Walker. And it's a good challenge from the fullback for Leipzig. It stops Walker in his tracks at a vital moment. They can't tee the ball up to Haaland. And Guardiola still hasn't looked to his bench yet. He's not throwing anyone. There's Calvin Phillips warming up. Phil Foden warming up. There is a warm-up track in the stadium. The players can get ready and get themselves up to the right temperature in this game. I don't want this game to end now. 15 minutes ago, what we did. We've got 15 left. It's with Jack Grealish on the left side here. He's running, darting with the ball with the low socks. Plays it to Gundogan. What a save, Haaland. Keeps it in, plays it back. Falls to Bernardo Silva in the penalty box. Gives it back to Haaland, who lost this low cross. Cleared away. And Manchester City just there. Show me and everybody else listening that they still win this tie for sure. No doubt about that. And they're still in this game, in this leg. A thrilling finale in Germany about to be delivered. And it was Blaswick's turn to produce the goods in the Leipzig goal. Wonderful side-footed effort from Gundogan. He needed a left-handed palm to push it away. And Leipzig won, Manchester City won. Okay. That was just the momentum swing that Manchester City needed tonight. Diaz. Okay. Back to Gundogan. Ruben Diaz to Akanji. Mahrez. Akanji now infield to Rodri. Oh, it's a really good ball. Spreads that to Jack Grealish. He created an opportunity, but being direct. He's put that low here. Oh, Gundogan edge of the box. Could it latch onto it? Haaland and Bernardo Silva had let go. And Werner here could be through on the break. Flag stayed down. He's up against Walker. It was overhit a little bit, so he's near the left touchline. Momentarily, there was a moment where he was clean through. Both sides, once they commit players forward and leave their defenders so vulnerable to lethal, quick, potent attacks. It's Hendricks. Now to Silva. Tries to get it back. Ake sandwiches himself between the ball and the man and wins the ball for City. It's with Grealish now. Moving away. There's a chance to switch the ball to the right side at City. Don't. Could find Grealish. Could find Mahrez. So 3 Mahrez. It's always on for Manchester City down this right side. It's just the final ball. It's letting both sides down here. Oban for Red Bull Leipzig. Just to confirm, it's Gardeval who got the goal for Leipzig. It was him that ran away and Grealish. So with Kyle Walker, it's now Pep Guardiola's time to lean on the billboards. Akanji. Give to Ake. Towards Gundogan. Ake. So that cut out will be a throw-in. Edison. Diaz. Okay. And, the pace just slowed down a little bit from both teams. Here. Leipzig have won it. Great challenge here, and it's with Rodri. Oh, it's given away, and there is a Leipzig player on the floor. He has stopped proceedings, and it is Silva. Get a replay of that Carabao goal. So a goal back set. This game alive for sure. This was to stay the same. It would set up a mouth-watering second leg. Still got loads of time. For that to change. All back to Black Swish, and it's launched up towards Nkunku. Rodri. Haaland struggling to get into the game, doesn't he? When Haaland, he's a frustrated figure. Here's Grealish. Haaland's in the box. Grealish runs into the box, into the right side. Mahrez lets it run to the Bernardo Silva. Still with Silva. Shoots and turns, but it's blocked. It was a tame effort in the end from the Portugal international. It's Ake. Gone to one now. Field to Rodri. He tries to drive, and Nkunku of all players there to help. To Werner, can he keep this in? Walker. And Walker just ushered the ball out of play, and he's still down in frustration. Well, spoke about the consistency issues that City have been facing in the league. They beat Aston Villa, and they beat Arsenal after coming into that game off the back of a defeat against Spurs, and they come into this game drawing as Nkunku runs forward here 25 yards out from the penalty box. Ruben Diaz has marshalled him well and has continued to marshal him, and he believes he's got a free kick. Nkunku, and the referee's not convinced there was enough contact there. It is still a red ball. I don't know if it's going to be a free kick or a throw it. It's Riyad Mahrez who does get the man, to be fair. He does clip him. Algerian midfielder. You forget, it's been such a long time ago, but City had that lead via Riyad Mahrez goal. Now Manchester City's turn to get a throw in. It's going to be two more changes. Poulsen and Haidara to come on for Red Bull. Still no changes for that's the end for Shalaga's evening. Haidara will come on. You'll see him. Poulsen will come on for Silva. So those are the changes. Last rolls of the dice from Marco De Rosa. And we still wait those changes from the visitors. We're going to get those changes. We'll have to wait and see. Phil Foden's on the bench for Manchester City. It's Walker with this throw-in. It's halfway through Red Bull's half. Haaland cleared away. So I wonder what the statistic would be for the, in terms of the last time all English sides didn't win at this stage of the Champions League. Unless Manchester City score in the next minutes plus added time. It'll be a turnout where the English Premier League teams don't win their last 16 games. Dortmund beating Chelsea, of course, last week. Milan beating Tottenham on Valentine's Day, and last night Real Madrid hammering Liverpool 5-2 at Anfield. And right now Red Bull Leipzig are holding the Premier League champions. Hadara. Kraswich. Pushes to the right side. Great header, that's nearly one. Does graze the head of Walker. And Hussenberg is on his chest. Walker saying he didn't touch him. The referee's having a conversation with Walker. It's a little bit of an elbow to the midriff, but nothing too malicious. Albeit it has been a free kick, been awarded. Maidara takes it. Swish. On to Cardo. It was posting, he's offside. It's really launched down left side, and it's gone through to Edison. Okay, to the final 5 minutes of this game now. It's not where Manchester City want the ball with Akanji inches to Haaland. He's been marshalled by Gardeval superbly. It's a real good matchup as Werner misses the ball completely and Nkunku picks it up against Akanji and Phil to Werner. Werner lets it run to the full-back. There's so many white shirts in the box. Goes to the far side. Look at the Hendricks. And it's superb defending from Grealish. He's been pushing parried by Poulsen. Grealish wants to have a little bite with Poulsen also. And the referees decided to call Jack Grealish just for a conversation. Tell him to calm down a little bit. But let's tell the game so far. Riyad Mahrez with the goal. And then Gardeval equalised in the second half. We're inside the final 5 minutes. Poulsen and Grealish just bump fists and getting on with it. And I think this could be the happier of the two sides. Gives themselves an opportunity to progress into the last 8. This will be a straight shootout. And yet you back City to get the job done at home for their supporters on the European night. You really do, Bernardo. Still time for them to go into that tie with a goal advantage. Okay. Go to Diaz. Okay. All this play is in Manchester City's half, and their back line, they're the left side channel there in half. It's with Gondwan now. And there's been a late goal in the game in Serie A. It's Romelu Lukaku in Serie A. It's the San Siro into 1. Porto 0 as Manchester City look to move the ball down this right side. It's now with Jack Grealish. Grealish whaps it all the way back to Ake. Kanji. Here's Riyad Mahrez now. Another minute goes and this game's slow football. It's cost City at times, and they've been able to find themselves in really good positions. They've been able to play and push. Grealish. To Mahrez. So chop back now for Rodri. to Diaz. Back to Bernardo Silva. Ake. The clock continues to wind down. There's no penetration in this City attack. There's nothing been thrown towards Erling Haaland. Ake. And it's just simple passes between the City players. It must be over 20, and finally the ball's cut out by Leipzig, and it will be a throw into Manchester City that Walker will take. There will be a final change, in fact, for Leipzig, with David Rahm coming on the fullback. He was featured in the game against Wolfsburg on Saturday, but they won 3-0. Leipzig will believe they can take this to the Etihad and cause problems, but I have to see this game out. Still with Riyad Mahrez. Walker's there. Teo Kanje into Ruben Diaz. Ederson in towards Ake. To Gundogan. He turns and he's fouled, and it's Hendricks who's looks like he's gonna get a yellow card. Gonna try to turn and swivel. So he got a nasty tackle there. Ooh, didn't look good in terms of his left leg. His leg was planted. Didn't twist it. Thankfully for Gundogan, Hendricks didn't land on that left trailing leg. Benjamin Hendricks has been booked. Well, into the final minute here. We've actually got 15 seconds left of normal time. Hadara, will we find a winner? He's giving it away to Walker. Halfway through. The red ball. Leipzig. Half. Ake. 2 minutes just been added on. Grealish. Not many times to create many opportunities. Either side. Will we get a last one for the team on the ball? The Premier League champions in Manchester City. Diaz. Infield. Now to Rodgers, giving it away. Hadara. Down this left side. Will the last chance fall to Red Bull? The other side on the ball and progressed in it. Hadara now. Goes in full to Lema, who's had a quietly a good game. And it's a poor touch from Timo Werner. We've played 1 minute. Well, added time. Walker. To flick this on for City of Haaland, who's, I wouldn't say he's been honest, he had that one-on-one chance. They are struggling to give him opportunities, and he's, in this game especially, not the other, but definitely in this one. Haaland head this back to Mahrez. And, it's going to be a late corner, and it will be for Manchester City. Labour couldn't keep that in, the Austrian. And this gives Manchester City a last chance here to claim a win in Germany. I wouldn't say a get out of jail card, but victory in the second half hasn't looked likely. But they just need 1 second to score a goal. We have only a few seconds of the minimum of 2. We've played the 2 minutes. That's been added on. It's going to be something special from the far side from Riyad Mahrez. He's put his
Okay, my people, anybody still home? No, probably, maybe not. All right, so it's the end. 1-1 between Manchester City and RB Leipzig. And the other game still like few seconds to go. Inter are leading 1-0 because in the last like 10-15 minutes they've been playing 11. I need some water. Okay, people, so I will be here for a few minutes if you want me to be. The link is there just in case you want to call and say something. So, depending on the interaction, but of course, I am here for the people. So, let's double check on this one. This one's still going on. I don't want to show the image because I'll be copyrighted. And Romelu Lukaku. Romelu Lukaku scored, man. He came off the bench to score 1-0. And they have a chance to qualify for the next round. And guess what? They might meet Chelsea. Chelsea. Lukaku against Chelsea. That is going to be some game. It's going to be some game. So far they are leading 1-0. Somebody got the red card. Big Rom. Boom. Big Rom with a big goal. Now, you know, look at that. According to Statman Dev here, say that Romelu Lukaku has scored 2 goals in only 40 minutes on the pitch in the Champions League this season. The best minute to goal ratio in the tournament this season for a player who has made more than one appearance. Cameo. Yeah, Romelu Lukaku with a cameo. Hopefully he can increase his value. He can come back to a top level so Chelsea can get some money on him. You know. Or who knows? Maybe they might recall Big Rom. Big Rom back again at Chelsea. Who knows? So Lukaku scoring today. Gvardiol scoring. All of them get some kind of connection or links with Chelsea. Gvardiol actually made a mistake in the first half. When they conceded that goal, I think Gvardiol also part of the defense and they conceded the goal and then he scored. So today is a good day for Lukaku and Gvardiol. Anyways, what else left here to say? Nothing special. People are tired and sleepy, so let's go to UEFA. Let's see. All right, Inter secure a win at San Siro. Thank you to Big Rom, Romelu Lukaku. 86th minute. Wow, that is a cameo, really. A cameo. Big Rom back again. Boom, 1-0. So look at Gvardiol. He jumped, you know, on top there better than anybody. Bam! Score a goal. So 1-1 between Leipzig and Manchester City, and 1-0 for Inter against Porto. Porto got a red card. So 10 against 11 for the last 10 or 15 minutes. And that opened up a lot of gaps and made it a little easier for Inter to play. And that's why they win. They won the game. They won. No goal today for this guy here. Erling Haaland. Nkunku came in the second half for a few minutes. but he's coming from an injury, so you can't be very harsh on him. Slowly and surely, Mr. Nkunku Christopher is gonna come back to a very good level. Anyways, people, I've been here for you, and I put the link for everybody to call, but it looks like people are tired, and I have to go. If nobody calls or nobody comments, and then there is no point for me to be here, because I am here for the people. So thank you so much for watching, and on your way out, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Follow me on social media, Twitter, Instagram, and also TikTok. Yeah, TikTok, the same as you can tell here on the screen. Green Turf. Let's follow each other and let's grow the community. Green Turf. If you are the first time that you join us here, we have another channel, a YouTube channel called Green Turf. The logo you can see. Go there and watch some more videos. So, since nobody is calling and nobody is commenting, nobody is interacting, I'm gonna have to leave. God bless you, and I'll see you next time.